we're back here with Sulfer. Now, a few things have changed while y'all couldn't see what was going on. I accidentally just used that broth, ignore that. I got very used to right-clicking things into inventories. Yeah, I picked up a few things in a little bit of grinding I did. We now have a energy sniper and a 50 BMG sniper. We have another 9mm pistol. As you can see, we have an amount of food stocked up and ready to go. I spend not even an hour, I want to say. I basically did like 2 runs through the caves with just the Verd, which now has a couple more oils on it, but we'll get to that in a second. Stocking up food and ammo, basically, to make life a little simpler in the future here. As you can see, we have 954, 556, 750, 729, 762, 810 energy cell, only 138 BMG, unfortunately, and 286 12 gauge. Notable other things I got was a lot of information. I actually looked up a recipe list of all the things you can make in the game. That's why we have all this extra dynamite. It turns out a little bit of flesh. I should say a little bit of skin. Skin and flesh are different in this game from each other, so that's an important differentiation. But yeah, a little bit of skin and some sulfur mushrooms make dynamite. If you combine the sulfur mushrooms with metal, you make sulfur grenades. Just the fact that you're making bombs out of skin is an interesting concept. I also learned how to actually use the spaghetti properly. That's why we have had that one spaghetti bolognese. Turns out all the organs and such are actually way more useful than I thought they were. They make food. You just have to know how to combine it, and I'm gonna say right now, I don't remember all the recipes off the top of my head, and I probably never am going to, but I have the recipe list pulled up on the other screen if I need it. Just bear in mind, the list is very long, so now and then if I need to find what something combines with, it may take me a minute or two. I just want to get that warning out there now. These weapons are all really nice. I'll show them off a little bit. This one's a little weird. See how he's pulling the magazine back? Every time you fire this gun, you have to pull the magazine back again. It's like a bullet crossbow. It's weird. It's gonna waste a BMG shell, but I'll show what I mean. See? Every time you fire, it has to be pulled back. It's a really potent gun, though, with its 500 damage. That's its stock damage, by the way. I only put a barrel extension on it to make it have negligible spread. I did put a damage oil on the laser sniper because I had this for a little bit before I got the 50 BMG one. Both of these were bought from the shop. These were not found in the field. Same with the SOCOM 9. I did find extra gravekeepers, and turns out there's an NPC we missed in the caves. The guy that works for Hawkman is down in there. And he sells an assault rifle and more gravediggers, if you're looking for those. We also have a bit of self coin. I spent a lot of money over time. I also learned the value of repair kits because in my repeated cave runs, I actually broke this SMG. Thankfully, broken things don't disappear. They just become useless until you fix them. That's also why this shotgun that's in the suitcase down here is still here. I had to end that run with the shotgun in order to get out of that alive. Which, the Mossman shotgun's not half bad. I found that in the cave. I bought this 9mm chamber chisel. I don't know what I'm going to use it on. I don't even know if I will ever use it. But I figured I may as well grab it, because it's a chamber chisel. This laser rifle is kind of neat, but it has the same problem as the other rifle we're using. It only loads 1 round at a time. It also has a little bit of a charge up to it. See that whole meter on the side? That meter has to fill up before it fires. It reloads reasonably quickly, though. Like if I pull out all my energy ammo. It's more or less the same as the other breech-loaded guns in the game. So that part's not too bad. Just not great in tight situations. I also did find a single gun crank, so I could turn a weapon automatic. I just haven't found a weapon I wanted to turn automatic. That's kind of the only problem there. So that's why we're just kind of sitting where we are on that one. But today's goal is we're gonna go back into the sewer, carting around a bunch of these healing items that I have, which I have found many better ones, like the Reclay here, which I think was just potato and cheese made the Reclay, and it is a very good healing item. My intent is to not have to carry a lot of them, so I have room to pick up more things, so we might actually make it through the sewers completely. Let's see, this is just 9mm. We have enough 5.56 to actually use the Fisk again, so we'll bring that with us. Between the two of these, we should tear through the sewers. Now, to go back to what I was talking about with the oils on here, the scatter oil you saw me put on, that doubled the amount of bullets coming out of this at once. The pea shooter makes the bullets smaller, but raises the crit chance. And I believe it also lowered recoil. I don't remember entirely what it did anymore. Aesthetic means I can't get money drops when using this weapon, but it raised the damage. The E-oil also raised the damage. I do believe. I want to say that was either another recoil reduction or a damage one. Do you have either of those in your inventory so I can actually directly look at that? Yeah, there we go. Pea shorter was, yeah, recoil and smaller bullets. Ooh, there's just a flat add damage oil in here. Yeah, 30 more damage and no money drops for aesthetic, which is why I took that, because 30 more damage is significant. But 25 more just for free. Free as in no negative effects. I'll take that in a heartbeat. The Fisk has been serving us well, so we'll reward it with the damage oil, so it does 155 a bullet. Very good, very good. Let me tell you, this Verd is disgustingly good at this point. Go ahead and put our money away in case somehow I die. Oh, and I finally found an accessory. I found knee pads, which is just 1 armor and a little bit of crouch sliding. Which I think just makes you a little faster when you're crouch walking, because I tried to, like, dive and slide into crouching, and it doesn't really seem to do anything in that vein, so I'm not entirely sure about that one. There may be, like, a button combination to do that more effectively. You have... Did I buy you out already? Yeah, I gave you all this crap. Okay. Yeah, so I guess off to the sewers with us. Couple sticks of dynamite in case we find hidden areas. 6 very strong... Well, 5 very strong and 1 okay healing item probably would be enough, but let's bring a couple small ones so I don't burn the big ones immediately. Because I'm sure we'll find resources in there. Oh, I figured out what to do with the chicken legs as far as cooking goes. There's actually a decent amount of recipes for them. They're just all a little weird for the most part. That spice mix I had did mix with the chicken legs, though, to make the Nashville hot chicken. So I was right about that one. This candy cane heals 20 in 0.1 seconds, so that's great. These hard breads kind of suck. I'll bring the salted fish that I found. These French hot dogs are one of the things you use body parts for, by the way. You combine body parts with bread and you make French hot dogs. Don't ask why. I don't know. Oh yeah, and egg toddy is just the liqueur we had with egg. It's not great. Like, it's good for a big boost of charisma, but we still haven't really proven that charisma does anything. Yeah, actually burning could be an issue, so let's bring that instead of Go Skagen. Just in case. Is there anything else I have that would cure? Yeah, the egg toddy would cure poison. So does the mulled wine. And that'll remove frozen as well. I'm just trying to make sure I have all my bases covered so we don't get a surprise when we're out in the field. Since enemies can have those modifiers that make them do all kinds of awful things. Last thing I need is to have all of this good stuff go to waste because I get frozen or burned and die. Though, I have learned that burn and poison isn't as scary as I think it is. Because as long as you can heal, you can bypass that being a problem in general for the most part. It just can set you up for failure if you're not careful. But with these weapons, we should be fine. Sewers were just over here. Let's go. I have not gone back in here since last session. The only place I went basically was into the caves. Hey there, Nixie, it's been a little bit. How you been? Bananas. These guys out, give me all of the bits. I still have not found a use for bones. Bones are the only thing I think that I've been picking up that I still don't know what to do with. I didn't see it anywhere in the recipe list. But I can still sell them. So they have value there. Cheeseburger. Hack. Yeah, the one weakness of this SMG, enemies that are a little further away, especially with the scatter shots on it, I've been alright. Body was being a bit disagreeable recently, but we've got that basically under control now. Glad to hear you've been doing well. Okay, so the life vest is just armor and less move speed. Not helpful. We are already nearly dead, so we'll just go ahead and eat that, and we're good. I may or may not have gotten a little bit complacent because of running the caves, because the caves are such a joke using that SMG. Some sawdust, which is actually useful. It's always good to see you. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to pop by when you've been live much at all. So, honestly, I'm pretty commonly not around. Because I'm always in the middle of some thought somewhere, somehow. Where do they want me going? So I thought it might have been, like, diving down this tube. They don't really expect you to swim in this game very much. Yeah, that seems to be a dead end. Oh yeah, that's something I learned while I was in the caves, is I tested jumping in the water for a bit longer. I don't know if there's a breath limit, but it really doesn't seem like there is. I was in the water for a fair bit and nothing bad happened. Oh, I missed this bottle of caviar, so it was good that I went back. Ah. Okay, so that's what they want me to do. Or at least that's what they want me to do to get to this room over here. Now, whether this is the way forward or not, that's a whole other question. Probably don't want the fatberg chunk. It's not used for much, or at the very least, much that we would have any use for. The kidney stone is actually much more useful than you'd expect, though you may be a little upset when you realize what it's for. I was certainly not happy. Where's the cooker that I just saw in here? Is if I combine the kidney stone with a bit of water, it makes broth. Yeah. Yeah. Best not to think about it too hard. Is there anything else I can actively make use of here? I know there was something with bottled caviar, but I don't remember what. May as well slap the air duster on something. Yeah, I did repair most of my stuff before we came out here. Go ahead and just slap it on the assault rifle because it's going to get a lot of use. We'll keep the microfiber cloth because it's small. I just wanted the air duster gone because it was a 2-slot item. This can just go away. So I think kidneys in particular were not the most useful body part. Ironically enough, the thing I found the most use for was actually lungs. His lungs make pulse very easily. The rest of them are a little more complicated to use. Wait, yeah, there we go. Do I have any of that though? No. So I could turn the kidney into more kidney stones if I had a rock or some salt. So I guess we'll hang on to it for now. Oh. No, you stay in the water. Where'd that other shot come from? Got him. Okay, nice and easy. It's kind of funny how early we got this assault rifle, and it still remains one of the most powerful things we own. Just because it's that perfect combination of decent power, fast firing, and accuracy at range. You know, accurate whenever I actually can hit what I'm aiming at. Went in here. It also doesn't have the Verd's disadvantage of not being able to drop money. I've had so many Drifter 9s because of running the caves. I still have no real use for it, but it's money. That is one thing I was doing when I was doing those cave runs, by the way, is by bringing only the Verd, I was able to fit more guns in my inventory. Or, more accurately, just more things in general. Just the candy cane for the instant heal. We might actually be slightly in trouble here. Because I forgot just how dangerous these damn dogs are. Our first death, and I lost all of that good stuff. I just was a little too complacent. All it takes is be just a little too complacent. But this is why we have a stock of extra weapons. Is because of just this very scenario. Oh, that was a lot of nice things. All of our armor is gone is the bigger problem. Because I didn't lay in a stock of armor because I didn't know if we'd lose that or not. Oh, that's awful. And all of that prep I did. All that prep I did just to die. Oh. That's all of our 9mm gone. That's all of our 5.56 gone. Which 9mm's not that big a deal. 5.56 is more painful to lose. But conversely, we now no longer have a significant 5.56 weapon. So it's kind of fine. I knew the dogs were going to be the death of me. I knew it. I just didn't anticipate it being that quick. Well, I guess we're gonna have to do a different trip just so I can get some other stuff going then, because I don't think going in with just a sweatshirt into the sewers is gonna work out well for us. Boy, oh boy, that might be a sign of how today's gonna go. Which is weird, because, like, I'm in a decent headspace and decently coherent today, and yet somehow instant botch. It's impressive. Oh, guess I'll just take y'all on the trip I was doing to grind right quick then. I'll just hop down into the caves, because the caves, honestly, are way more productive for gear than the town is for some reason. That is still so sad. Because now I don't have my double melee damage, I don't have my speed, I don't have any defense to speak of. This is what I get for putting all my eggs in one basket and thinking it was gonna be fine. Because, like, that was my 2 best guns, too. But I just, like, brain lagged just enough when the dogs were around. That's all it takes. There's a ghost around. Honestly, this gun's not that different from the starting gun. I was expecting more out of this baseline. But I suppose I should have put, like, a different chamber on it or something before expecting it to be too different. Told you there was a ghost. You learn to see the signs of their presence. Nah, nothing really to do with that. If any of those were a sulfur cap, I could make some dynamite, but it's fine. Onward and downward. And this is why I wanted to make dynamite, but we'll probably get at something to work with and turn around for it. Because it should be worth our while. Especially now that our armor's gone. And unfortunately, before anybody suggests the idea of, like, save scumming that or anything, you can't. Because it auto-saves the moment you die. So I would have needed to have exited before that happened. And at the end of the day, it's my own fault that I died there anyway, because I easily could have just teleported out of that situation, but I thought I could get out of it. Which is how we didn't die before, is quickly teleporting when things went wrong. But, simple matter of, you gotta remember that the healing isn't instant. So all the healing in the world won't help you if you take too much damage too quickly. Ooh, golden figurine. Never saw that before. Someone probably deserved this for some reason, but now it's yours, most likely undeservingly. Fair enough, video game. Now I just need to find somewhere I can make the dynamite. There we go. Is you put this and this together. Ta-da! Dynamite. Which we had found some dynamite too, but you know. Guess we'll make these skewers while I'm here too. Now if we quickly run back, which is something I needed to remember more when I was playing this the first time as well, is that there's no limit to your sprinting. A little bit more flesh. Turns out it's a bit more than a pound of flesh. There we go. What do we got in here? Yeah, that's 500. That's worth it. I really do need to actually make use of those scrolls more, but at the very least they are 500 self coins, so they've got good inherent value even if you don't use them. You know, I honestly wish I could say I had intentionally died there as a lesson. To a certain degree. Because it would actually be a very good lesson. And one way or the other, it'll serve as such. Hey, a liver. That's useful. Feature gun oil. Oh, okay. More durability, but no more aiming. That's not terrible. Probably good for a shotgun. What do you got, Stiff Leg? Ooh, I've not seen this before. The Pale Horse Top Clipper. That is a pretty strong revolver. And the golden figurine basically pays for it, so sure. I'll give that a shot. It is 5.56, which is not ideal. Also, we can get our spring coil boot back. Really, all in all, the situation we're in is not as bad as I feel like it is. And it's just because, like, it was a significant loss. But not so significant as to be crippling. There we go. The clip sticking out of the top of this is kind of goofy, but I'm kind of here for it. Oh, fun fact, bosses respawn, by the way. So I took out the boss of this place every time I went through. I want to see what the fire rate on this looks like. But since we only have a little bit of 5.56, I want to wait till there's a target in front of me. Okay, not super slow, but not super fast either. No need, it's got a sight on the side. I don't know how I didn't notice that before. Oh, you also can't reload it until it's empty. Huh. That makes sense. It's upsetting to me. Oh, there's the Enchantress as well. Getting a lot of shopkeeps quickly today. I don't need all the sulfur caps. I'm kind of tempted to hang on to the scroll to combine the scrolls, because I still have yet to do anything with that mechanic at all. Grab me another box of 5.56. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the feature gun oil, though. I have more use for the money than I do for a bit more durability. Really? This is right here too, huh? Okay. Well, let's put some of this stuff away then. Because we don't need it on hand immediately. Nah, we're fine. The worst part is I had spent the time training the levels of the Verd up purposely, so that it would have room to have all those oils on it, and it would be a nice, powerful gun. And then, poof, gone in an instant. I feel like the game's trying to make it up to me, though, because we got 2 high-value items there that I've never seen before. And I did so many cave runs, you'd think I would have run into those if they were common down here. Oh boy. Some kind of fracas happened here. Oh good, another Drifter 9. I'm glad I got that back. Would have been a tragedy not to have that anymore. I shouldn't snark so hard about that. That is actually potentially going to be useful to have. I also just had a really goofy idea, and I think I'm going to have to do it. Even though it might potentially ruin another revolver for me. Just remember that gun crank I have? What if I put it on this revolver and made this an automatic weapon? It would be a terrible idea, but it'd be funny. And the only reason it would really be terrible is just the fact that it's only got like a 7 or 8 round magazine. So it would be empty in seconds. Not the dogs again. Am I really gonna die to them twice? Oh, that's a dead end. Why are there so many of you? This is very rude of you, game. I just want you to know that. I have never seen this many of them down here in the caves before. Ridiculous. I guess it's balancing out how profitable those first couple rooms were. Good lord. Yeah, I don't have a fear of dogs, but I tell you what, this game's starting to give me one. Hee. Oh, thank you for the cheese. It's just so satisfying using these revolvers, even if they're not like the ideal weapons by any stretch of the imagination. These are the refire issues they have. Then again, I've always been a big fan of revolvers, which y'all have seen time and time again. Absolutely unnecessary to kill him since he was hiding. But, you know, he could have dropped more parts I could use. Quit laughing at me, game. I don't appreciate it. Another Nop 22. Which I absolutely don't need. If I'm gonna fire something that fires at that rate, I may as well use the laser sniper we have. I mean, the plain white tee does somehow give more defense than the father shirt, but why wouldn't I use the cowboy vest? Same armor, but gives revolver damage, which matches what we're using. Yeah, egg, cheese. Actually, no, let's hang on to the cheese, because I think I have potatoes back at base that I can make more clay out of. Right, just a single piece of flesh makes a meat skewer. I should have been doing that a long time ago. I forgot that those flesh pieces counted for meat. Like, obviously it is meat, but not of a type that you would ordinarily be eating willingly. Nor would it be a first priority choice. Oh, hey, another shoe. Completely missed this. There we go, our move speed's at least back in good order. These jumpy guys are nowhere near as dangerous as they seem, by the way, because you can just jump the wave that comes off of them. When they sprout into a bunch of babies, that's actually more dangerous than they were or before. Oh, another stick grenade. Really? Nothing up here? Okay. I miss my running shoes already, but it's fine. The shoes we have are at least making us almost as quick. There's another ghost around. If we're quick enough, we'll get out of here before the ghost makes an issue of itself. Right, I don't have the double damage anymore. Sad. Priming bolt, I don't remember what does. Oh, right, that takes an automatic weapon and makes it non-automatic. That could actually have been really good if I still had my assault rifle, because I actually would not have minded making that single fire. Because as a semi-auto, it would definitely work reasonably well. I need to heal before anything bad happens to me. Oh yeah, there's a specific note, by the way, on the assault rifle that the Hawkmoth guy sells that says it supposedly does double damage to ghosts, but is unproven. Something along those lines. So that's neat. And I'm betting, even though I just saw him, like, every time I went in the caves to grind, that we're just not gonna see him. Because that's apparently the kind of day today's gonna be. Everything just goes sideways. But, you know, you have days like that. That's just how it be. You just gotta take that and roll with it as best you can. And make what of it you can. I really am gonna keep this revolver. I like this gun. It's the perfect kind of just slightly janky that I really like. Even if it's almost certainly gonna get me killed at some point if I don't have a really good workhorse gun alongside it. Which that's gonna be our biggest issue right now, is we no longer have any good automatic weapons. Oh, he landed a good hit there. I guess if he bumps into you, it also does damage. I didn't know that till now. And most of our healing items are gone. Awkward. There we go. When in doubt, dump the magazine into the chest of the problem. We're also almost out of 5.56, so let's just use the SOCOM for a bit longer. At least till we hopefully find some 5.56. Or another gun. Another gun is also an acceptable substitute. If that somehow blew me up and killed me, I actually would have just died laughing, I think. Because that probably would have been, like, the perfect death. You're like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna off-the-cuff shoot that. Oops. And we could bail out of here, but why would I do that? Speaking of perfect deaths, that would have been incredible. I don't think I've ever had one of those be right behind a barrier before. The game's messing with me now. Honestly, there's some value in the idea of, like, just doing continuous runs. Like, you start your run here, and you just go through every area, one after the other, instead of checkpointing. You know, do it, like, full roguelike. Red. Stick is also going to be useful, so I'll take it. Like, we were, like, seriously scrounging because I didn't bring enough with me. Is, you know, continual complacency. There's Script. What do you got, Script? I am still tempted by the Snut 38, even though it's just not good enough. Go ahead and get rid of that. I will actually hang on to the Drifter 9, I guess, because of what I just said about not having an automatic weapon anymore. It is at least chambered for 9mm, and it does comparable damage to the Verd. Or at least it did comparable stock damage to the Verd. We'll go ahead and slap this cap on just so we have a little more armor. If I wasn't enamored with revolvers, I would take the tracksuit because it would make our SOCOM better. There's also a red bandana you can get that does the same thing, by the way. So it would be a red bandana and a tracksuit, and I'll just let you understand what that means from there on your own. Oh yeah, we also lost our damn knee pads. Socks go on the foot, as you'd expect, by the way. They don't go down here. Otherwise, I would absolutely buy both of those so we go crazy fast. His speed will definitely take care of the getting eaten by dogs problem somewhat. And that's what I went back for, by the way. Are you fucking kidding me? Where did those two come from? Like, has the door just been opened to death after the first one now? Am I just gonna keep dying today? Like, this game's definitely pulled the surprise enemy thing on me a few times, so that part's not that shocking, but, like... Oh, that's annoying. And there went the priming bolt, too. So we don't get to turn a non-automatic automatic... I mean, an automatic non-automatic. Which doesn't matter because we don't have any automatics left anyway. Like, I'm just... Apparently I've gotten bad at this, suddenly. Oh, there's a new Balthazar. Which I did sell the Balthazar, by the way, because it just wasn't doing it for me anymore. The new one, though, the new one might need to be a thing. At least the SOCOM came back immediately if I want it. The thing is, the SOCOM's only advantage over the Dirk is it has a larger mag size. But man, today's apparently cursed. Like, I feel like I'm taking more damage today, but that shouldn't be the case because I've not done anything to increase enemy damage and there hasn't been any updates. So I must just be getting sloppier about getting hit. We'll keep this Dirk with us this time. We'll bring some 7.62 to keep the Balthazar fed. And I guess we'll go back into the caves again. I could go into, like, the town and hope for the best. And I'm betting higher quality things probably appear there, but I just need to, like, stack out some armor before I'm comfortable going to the town. Because those dogs, as you've seen, just tear me a new one. I feel like I'm fully coherent and with it today, and yet I'm playing like I'm not. Let that be another lesson, though, of you should carry more backup armor and such at all times, when you could lose everything at a moment's notice. What is with all the ghosts? Like, we walked in here for a solid, like, minute, and I already just saw the warning that there's a ghost. Because you actually see it, like, kind of just barely past the screen for a second, and it makes a noise whenever one's nearby. Oh, you didn't die from that? There we go. Man, oh man, this is not as good a Balthazar as the one we sold. That's not surprising, this one's unmodified. Mouse wheel, please. Maybe I do need to replace this mouse. It wasn't doing double cycles till now, but maybe that's just me being a mess today. Maybe I'm actually, like, more off than I think. What you got? Nothing I particularly care about. The 5.56 rechamber wouldn't be a bad thing to have, but that's not the ammo I would want to rechamber to the most. I'm actually waiting for either a rechamber for energy or a rechamber for 7.62. Since we have so much 7.62. And I think the energy ammo would just be interesting. Onigiri. We went up there already, that's where the pot was. Ah, another box. Grenade. Oh, there's just 2 pots, okay. I do wonder if the game as a whole gets more difficult as you make more progress. I don't feel like that's true, but it's an excuse I would like to make for myself. Oh yeah, I still don't know what a dimmy is, but apparently it's something you would ordinarily share with someone. And I don't know anything about that. I assume it's like a local thing to somewhere. With the use of the word mate, I would assume it's either English or Australian or something. What do I know? I didn't look it up, so I've got nothing for that one. Well, this entire move I made here was foolish, but thankfully we weren't punished for it. You would think over 100 damage would be more meaningful than it actually ends up being. It's like these spear guys just take like 300 damage like a champ and just keep on trucking sometimes. Hey, we could get a new assault rifle if I had the money for it. An energy shotgun. There we go. We're seeing a bunch of new guns at least now. I mean, that is a good mag size for a pistol, that's for sure. And I'd love to be able to afford that Fisk so we could replace it, but unfortunately we would have to give up like everything to get that. And there's a good argument to be made for doing so. I will admit that. Because the Fisk is just so good. But at the same time, that just means we end up falling right back into what we were doing already. And at the rate today's going, maybe a change is necessary. Let's go ahead and grab the Beck 8. And we'll give him the Dirk, even though it's only worth 1. Yeah, it isn't an auto pistol. I didn't think so. But it had high enough rounds per minute that I wanted to check. What? No, it's just a fancy mushroom. Okay. I assumed it was a mushroom of some kind. I just didn't have anything to work off of there. Oh, why must you offer me such good things when I have no money? Why? Why have you betrayed me, stiff leg? Is it because of the arm? It's because of the arm, isn't it? Somehow his arm is my fault. No. Never tried getting up there. Well, you can't break it, I guess. So, no sense worrying about it. You can definitely break those little pots. They're just kind of a pain in the butt to hit at sometimes. Yeah, this pistol ain't bad. Don't know if I should have paid nearly 2,000 Sulf coin for it, but at least it's got a good mag size, and it's quick and easy to reload. Oh, knocked that guy's brain out. He wasn't using it anyway. Suppose at the rate I'm going, I basically am turning this full roguelike. Oh, roguelite. It's still missing aspects of a proper one, but neither here nor there. And I say that just because I'm cutting off somebody who decides to be pedantic about the whole thing. Ow. Oh, I caused a ruckus down there, that's for sure. No, actually, no, I think I understand why I've suddenly started going wrong. If you remember when I was doing the first session, I was hyper cautious. And I've become a lot less careful. Like, I was just sitting there thinking about it as we were going here. Make some stew out of those flesh bits. I'm gonna save the other broth to make better things out of. Because there are things that are stronger than stew out there. The stew will carry us through this area, is the point. Oh, there we go. You know what? Okay. Accuracy while moving and more armor than the samurai armor we used to have. We might be back in business. I just need my movement back and I'll be happy. Helmet would be great too, but I'm not gonna ask for too much. Yeah, this thing needs spread controlled a little bit, but other than that, this pistol's fantastic. Yes, let's put a stick grenade on my head. That's clearly where that belongs. Potato. Oh, right, the cheese was the other reality. We are burning through our 9mm because this pistol is actually, like, eating a lot of ammo. How would it... Oh, I'm hitting the edge of the thing. There it goes. I wasn't accounting for bullet drop because it was a short enough distance that I just, for some reason, assumed bullet drop wasn't going to be a thing at that distance. Nobody ever said I knew what I was doing. Oh. It's just like a holy water squirt bottle. Interesting. We also didn't see this many repair items when we went through here to begin with. I just realized that. We've been finding a lot more repair items suddenly. I wonder if this game has like a hidden seeding system. And we're just like on a weird seed today. Because like, there have been games that even, like, day by day will have seed variation. More so than just the seeds vary each time they're generated. And this game feels weird enough that I wouldn't put it past it to be a thing. Like, oh yeah, there's a calculation based on the phase of the moon to have different things spawn. And the game's gonna be much more difficult when, and it's a Tuesday at 7:36. I don't know why I picked that number, by the way. That just was the first number that popped into my head for some reason. Like, it had to sound weirdly precise enough. And, well, there it was. Trusty old oil. No money drops, but more durability. I'm not really that into all these durability increases that much, if I'm honest. Because I don't do long enough runs, for the most part. Oh yeah, the purple effect definitely makes things smaller. Look at this little chonker here. There it goes. Another rank for the Balthazar. Very good. I'm out of 9mm, just about. But we did at least just get some more, so that helps. You get the feeling that we're just not gonna have the amount of nice things we had last time. Because we haven't seen a shop yet, have we? It's like, no, you wasted it. No, you don't get it now. You should have done better. You had nice things. You didn't know what to do with them. Which, you know, fair play. So they're at least giving us guns, because there's another gun box right there. Those guys run and get it. They do actually run and get help, so it is actually worth killing them. Before anybody's like, look at him just murderizing random goblins again. It's like, well, you're not wrong, but you're also not right. I don't have any 12 gauge, so the Arbiter 2 is useless, but it's still more resources. Okay, I was just making sure that this was actually, in fact, in my inventory. Well, guess we're getting another one. I don't know where that one came from, that it just was chilling there. Which I do believe guns start loaded in this game. So technically, I could still use those Arbiters. If it really came down to it. Well, that frees up some inventory space, at least. I need to just be free with my healing like I used to. That's another mistake I think I'm making today, is I'm being a little too greedy with my items. We have a lot. Just use the damn things. Don't hang on to it. All it's gonna do is lead to you losing it when you die anyway. But you know, it's a Monday. Mondays are usually a little cursed, huh? Such is the nature of life. Apparently, in this case, also the nature of death. Considering, you know, we are afterlife adjacent right now here in Sulfer. Because our church burned down and everything. Which, yes, that is exactly the plot for those that missed it the first time. Our church got burned down, we chased a witch into this cave and ended up in the dimension of Sulfur. One could argue that that's very heavily implying we went to hell to chase a witch down. But there's probably more to it than that. Oh, you can shoot through that, huh? Get away from me. Aha, you fool! You walked into my dojo. That stick. You would think you could quite literally make stick grenades out of those sticks, but I didn't see that recipe anywhere. So I don't think that's a thing. I'm not saying it isn't a thing. I just don't think it's a thing. It'd be really funny if it worked. As unfortunate as it is to use up the bread and such, we, one, need to maintain some space, and two, need to maintain my health at the rate today's been going. Just because today's start's cursed, though, doesn't mean we can't turn it around. We just gotta keep fighting. Okay, that archer got obliterated, so that's good. Good for him. I feel like I missed a hidden wall somewhere. This place is usually so rife with them that I feel like there had to have been another one somewhere around. No. My instincts weren't entirely wrong. It just was ahead of me. Pajamas. Those are probably not going to be useful. But they exist, therefore I will try to jam them in my inventory somehow. Yeah, they're just frost resist. Which is less exciting. But it's still more money. Because welcome to what I was basically doing the whole time I was doing these runs, is jamming as much as physically possible in my pockets. Which I'm actually going to get us out of here before something can go wrong. I think we drew enough value out of this trip. Oh yeah, because we didn't collect from the other death, right? I think that's quite literally what those are for, is like, oh, you died, here, have some money to hopefully offset the failure. We're getting so many snipers now. That is a 5-round magazine sniper. 200 damage a hit. And it is 7.62. It's interesting that we're getting so many sniper rifles, though. I do want them. Just deciding whether I want that particular one badly enough to basically bankrupt myself. I forgot on the other run we did, I had my money on me when we died, so I have no money other than what I have on me. So never mind, I guess we're not getting that unless I give up something for it, which I'm not that interested in it to give it up. Oh yeah, and we spent the other money getting the Balthazar. Yeah. Rip. Rip Bozo. Hello, I am Bozo. Silencer for this might not be bad, because the spread on this is a little bit bigger than the Derrick. I didn't think about that till now. Because the barrel extensions all fix the spread but make your move speed worse, and I don't like that. And I guess there's also the compensators that do a little bit more than the silencers do. And we'll grab a War Mage. That sounds cool. There we go. Now it's only slightly more spread than the other pistol. And there's still the world in which I make this into an auto pistol. That's becoming less likely. Oh yeah, and you can see the compensator on it now, which remains a neat feature. At least we didn't lose the Scroll of Nature. Turns out I should have put more stuff away when I had that box in front of me than I thought. You know, live and learn. I don't need all of those throwables. I basically just need to keep a couple in my pocket. We're good. Because I need to start building my money and ammo supplies back up. Yeah, there's just no way I can fund the Roku enough. Unfortunately. Any cool oils? You got some neat ones, just none that I'm all about. Hey there, Callista, how's it going? The damage buff might be nice. The lost jump power would suck a bit. Making the Becca 8 do 80 instead of 60 isn't bad. This is why we keep cushions around. You never know who's gonna drop in. Fair enough. It's a Monday. Mondays are always a little on the slow side, unfortunately. You just gotta putter on through it and hope the rest of the week goes better. Let's see. This is enough healing to start a stage with, but at the rate we're going today, I probably should carry more than that. Do I want to sit here and make things right now? Nah. Oh, there goes another bot. Yeah, we'll bring that omelet as well. As long as I keep putting more resources in there, I can turn them around. Actually, let's put the Balthazar away and we'll bring the Moss Man. This way I can leave all that stuff behind. And we'll do one more batch of cave to try to get my feet back under me after the deaths we had. And then we'll go back to the town and just kind of like crawl our way forward. It's unfortunate that my plan has been massively derailed, but that's just how it be sometimes. You make a foolish mistake and you pay the fool's price. Surprised to see this room immediately, where the blood and everything is. Then again, that was a different variant of it. I'm used to seeing the blood trail leading to the room with the pit in it. Not dog death room. This is now 2 runs of this cave in a row that we've had the dog death room. And I'm not a fan. I mean, I may as well wear the diving fin because it at least gives me a little more armor. Swim speed doesn't much matter to me, but the armor is important. Mystery meat. I'm also not shooting right today. Or, I suppose arguably I'm shooting too right, because half my shots are to the right of what I'm aiming at. You know, Mondays. I don't know why I keep picking these rocks up. Even though I've learned how to use a lot of things in this game, rocks still aren't high on that list. I think about the only thing we can use them for is turning kidney stones into... I mean, turning kidneys, rather, into kidney stones. Which is still weird. But at least I see the connecting logic there. You combine a stone with a kidney to make a kidney stone. Haha. You know. You know, that probably was needlessly brutal. Kind of like that was. But that was slightly more needfully brutal. This is why the Moss Man's actually useful. Unlike some of the other shotguns we tested, it's actually killing the thing it's pointed at. Admittedly, we're pointing it very close, as a shotgun should be. Nothing up there. Ooh, more cheese. I may not like cheese much myself, but it is very useful in this universe, since it makes so many things. And we got something for our other foot now to move our move speed up a little bit. I'm not gonna bother picking that stick up. Sometimes I wonder if the bullet drop is actually attached to the spread somehow a little bit. But I think that's just me mixing things up because of the fact that sometimes the spread makes the bullets start off lower. So it ends up appearing as if those two concepts are connected. Clay, which I may be pronouncing completely wrong, but I'm just making a best guess since it looks like it's a French word. People are welcome to who mention how things like that are meant to be pronounced. I cannot promise any effort will be made to remember. But I'm always interested to learn. Oh, there we go, a steel helmet. The helmet we started off with. Hold that thought. Oh, yeah. Huh. Oh, we still got another one. So what do you got for me this time, Stiffleg? Please tell me it's something good. Oh, the corpse maker. This is the thing the Hawkland guy would sell. Why was I calling it Hawkmouth? What is Hawkmouth? That is something. I don't remember what. Probably a lot of things. But we could get ourselves a solid assault rifle going. I actually might trade the helmet for it. Even though it loses me that 8 armor, we don't lose the move speed. And I don't really want to... Like, I could give up the shotgun for it as well. But I feel like keeping that weapon on hand is a better idea. But I do want the corpse maker. And we still haven't even seen an LMG in this game at all. I would love to. But we've not seen any. Like, we only recently started seeing snipers. So I presume, like, you gain more weapon categories as you go in further. Yeah. Yeah. We don't have that much 5.56. Even buying those is only 120. But now we at least have an assault rifle again. That makes me very happy. It's a little one, though. But this is the one I was talking about that had the supposed double damage to ghosts. Which I'm assuming is probably a reference to something. I just don't know what. There's no shortage of references that go over my head. But it's effective. As one would expect an assault rifle to be. With the rounds per minute it had, I honestly expected it to be less accurate, too. And its spread is not that bad. It's a little bit higher than the Fisk, but not by too crazy an amount. Another snut. They really want me to use this thing. I'm at least gonna put it in my hands and fire it. Okay, it's got a more traditional revolver per cylinder. And I suppose this could be turned into a useful gun. It just would need to be chambered with something better than 9mm. Silver clay while we're here. Make an omelet? Sure. And at least the Beck and the Snut are the same size, so it's easy to manipulate those around. And it will decrease the amount of 9mm ammo I'm burning for a little bit, so it's not the worst decision. Okay, that's the way we came from. That's actually decently accurate for being a snub nose. It's not actually bad. It makes itself sound and look bad with its description and everything, but it's actually alright. This might actually be worth rechambering into a stronger caliber. Because I would actually say it's more accurate than the Balthazar. But it may just be that I'm also just happening to work with this a bit better. It's smaller, so it's not blocking its own visibility. Oh, balaclava. Automatic weapon damage, charisma down. That's fine. My gun is my charisma. I negotiate via action. Which way is forward? That way. No. No, it is not. There's corpses near this door, too. Okay, there we go. I may save most of the Corpse Maker's ammo for the boss fight. So I think we will go all the way through here this time, as long as nothing goes horribly wrong. Uh-oh. There we go. I wanted to have a look at that ledge up there, but it looks like there was nothing there. Oh, hey, gravy. I saw multiple recipes using gravy. I just didn't even realize gravy existed in this game. This is the one I hurt. He had no visible wounds, so I wasn't sure who was who. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. But we made it. More mushrooms. A wiser man would be grabbing every mushroom and everything, regardless of what he needs, to ensure that he doesn't run out of things. I have never claimed to be that wise a man. At least not today. I mean, then clearly not today at the rate it's been going. 2 armor, 50 poison resist. Nope. If it had more base armor, I'd be a lot more interested. But since poison really has been proving not to be as threatening as regular damage, I'm much more interested in raw armor. Or bottled water. Bottled water is like hella useful, so I will take that with me. My language has changed again over time. I find myself saying certain things a lot more. It's always just kind of fascinating to have that self-realization along the way. Because, like, I went through a phase where I said like a lot in the middle of sentences, because I absorbed that from someone I was listening to a lot. And now hella has infected my vocabulary. And that's been in there for a bit, but it's the realization that's hitting more now. And it's just very interesting little self-awareness exercise. He shot me in the sock. He killed my sock. You bastard. He's a sock murderer. I guess till we get somewhere I can get it repaired, we'll just be without that slight move speed increase. What a shame. I'm gonna miss that funny revolver we had gotten with the top loading. Hopefully we'll find another one of those. What do you got? Oh, hey, you got samurai armor. It's a real shame that I don't know if I'll be able to afford that. We'd need to make up another 800. The thing is, though, I feel like the ballistic vest is better for us in some ways. I kind of wish I could have both available. Like, if I just buy the samurai armor and store it. Because there's times where the double melee damage is really important. This is another case of I could just sell the shotgun and achieve this goal. But I don't really want to. It's interesting we're seeing so many diving fins. But it kind of matches up because I learned that the water is relatively safe. Appreciate it, Gab. Hopefully the coffee's good. Yeah, I think we'll just keep what we got. Script's one of the good ones. Keeps bringing me nice things. I do want to find that Hawkland vendor to show y'all that he exists, because there's actually an interesting dialogue with him. that you don't see with most of the others. We'll go ahead and bring the Beck back. As much as the Snut's not been too bad, the Beck is just very, very useful. But the Snut has earned a place in our stock of weapons with how it's been serving so far. I have decided I will absolutely rechamber that and make that useful. Which I have to point out once again my appreciation for the fact that this game has rechambering guns as an option. More games need to let you modify your weapons to that degree. If for nothing else, but because it's fun. You can just take this dinky little pistol and have it launching 50 EBMG out of it. Should that work? No. Will it ever actually really work? No. Is it cool because it's a video game? Yes. Like, that's the part that matters, is that it's neat. Yeah, we'll slap the laser sight on this pistol since I'm moving and shooting with it more than with the other ones. Because usually I'm backpedaling away from death with it. Whereas Corpse Maker here, I don't really need to run because it has enough firepower to protect me. Go ahead and fill the amulet up because we did burn out the ammo in the amulet. The juice, the ammo, the power, whatever you want to refer to it as. I could save some space by chucking the jar of poison up here. There you go. Have 2 bowls of stew, because that clearly won't overload somebody. Appreciate y'all all coming in today. I know it's a Monday, so most people are probably not at their best. So, I appreciate y'all hanging out. We should probably make some more supplies while we're here. Oh wow, gravy and bread does make stuff. Alright, biscuits and gravy. That's actually pretty good, too. 25 health over 10 seconds is solid. It's not the best, but it's solid. When you consider the omelets 22 over 5 seconds, though, the omelets are definitely better. There we go. Actually, does the mystery meat and the gravy do anything? No. And I do still have the list, but I'm just, like, throwing things at the wall right quick to see what would happen. So I don't have to tab over to the list and scroll around. Because once I saw the recipes, the logic of them started to make more sense. Just not all of them make entire sense. Oh, there he is. There's the guy I was looking for. I won't be able to get the dialogue to pop up again, but I'll explain it once we're done dealing with this bunch here. He also treats you very differently. Basically, when you run into him, you get a chance to ask him for a discount since you're kind of a big deal. And then he snarks at you about that a little bit and asks you to bring him some dog eyes to prove that you know your way around a gun enough to get that. And I didn't bring him the eyes yet, but he starts treating you with a little bit more respect once you bring up that option. And his inventory seems to be static. He seems to always have 2 corpse makers, 2 grave keepers, and some ammo and repair kits. And of always a Hawkland silencer, because he works for Hawkland. Supposedly. I say supposedly because the way he acts initially is unprofessional to the point of being suspicious whether he's actually working for that company or if he is, to put it politely, an aftermarket dealer. Let's put it that way. Since he's actually useful, we'll put it the polite way. Get rid of the rock, even though it doesn't sell for much. Make some space. Yeah, we'll sell the heart. There we go. This way we have a little bit more money. Got some Leet Speak money going on down there now. We still have the Gravekeeper in storage, so we don't need to grab that. Yeah, I don't actually really need anything from him. Take the ammo. I was kind of hoping he would have different stuff in his stock, but the fact that that's the third time he's had exactly those items in his inventory tells me that his is one of the few static inventories in this game. So if you have specific things of that type that you're looking for, then you know you can guaranteed get those That's a lot of chickens. Got any eggs for me? I'm noticing a distinct lack of eggs, and I don't appreciate that. This is what I think of my lack of eggs here. Well, paying for my sins. Fun fact, falling down like that was not part of the bit. That was absolutely not supposed to be part of the bit. It was just supposed to be all the chickens getting exploded as I jump off the edge. But I jumped off a little too aggressively. Interesting. Some of the chickens naturally turned into Nashville hot chicken. Was it because they got exploded? Huh. Something to think about. And all those enemies showed up because of the explosion, in case people are wondering where they came from. They were all in here, and they heard the blast, so they came running to find out what was going on. These enemies are sound sensitive in this game. They will notice when sounds are happening. Ooh, pot shot oil. That might be worthwhile. Another disable aiming oil, but it is 35 more damage, which is pretty nice. Might slap that on the shotgun since aiming with this thing's kind of pointless. And then it would be 75 times 8, which is pretty good. As a reward for the service this shotgun's done, will make it a lot stronger. In fact, you know what? Let's demonstrate its newfound power. Wham! Oh, unsweetened berry jam. I saw this listed in the recipes. I didn't realize there was sweetened and unsweetened berry jam in this game. That's another one of those weird detail things that's just very interesting to see. It's like, huh, they actually bothered to separate the two. What do you know? Go ahead and make some space by moving that up. Kaboom. What's in here? Oh, a Gita. Extra melee damage, armor, move speed. It's just better than the sock, so there you go. And the sock's broken anyway. So now we're faster, our melee is gonna hit a little harder. And we have a little bit more armor. As you can see, at range, the shotgun's still not fantastic, even with the amount of extra damage it has. Oh, time to get jumped by the big guy. Seems to be a guaranteed, like, multi-spawning big guy. Down in here. That hat just kind of fell out of the sky. That was a little weird. I think... Oh, it keeps getting launched. That's why. Because it came from the original big guy. There we go. Police hat. Anything else in here? Potato, a Drifter 9. This is one of those rooms that's better just to kind of mash the button instead of actively looking, because those guys just block up so much of the visibility. This would give us more pistol damage, so if I was going to keep using the Beck 8, that might be better. We would lose damage on the Corpseman instead. I mean, the Corpse Maker is the only thing. One way or the other, it's 1 armor. Both of them really fit together with the ballistic vest. The diving fin and the Gita are the things that look a little out of place. Geta, I don't actually know which way that's supposed to be, but it doesn't matter. Irrelevant for current purpose. Touch down an omelet. And some biscuits and gravy. Get us some more inventory. There we go. Sweep just to make sure. Yep. Okay. Very good. Oh yeah, and you get a guaranteed scroll after that fight every time. Which was the other reason why I was doing the cave runs, is because this room spawns at this place every time, I'm pretty sure. So you're guaranteed to gain at a minimum of 500 Sulf coins per trip, because every scroll's worth 500. So if you're money grinding, that might be the way. Unless you just know the layout of the town a lot better than I do. The town might be more profitable if you find everything in every trip in there. Because that would make sense, considering it's later in the game. You would think later areas would be worth more. Absolutely unnecessary to throw that down there, but I cycled to it, so I threw it. Whoa. That's what I get for fucking around. Shotguns are great for organ harvesting. If you're looking to get organs, the shotguns seem to be the way to do it. Which is quite the sentence. That's not to think too much about it. You would think, though, that would actually be terrible for organ harvesting, because you destroy the organs. But again, what do I know? Not really my line of work. Ooh, another... In fact, it's another Surge Scroll. Neat. We do need to heal a bit, so... Num 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 chicken. We can actually try mixing these scrolls when we get back to the church. But with how full our inventory is... I'm starting to wonder if it might be worth our while just to leave. Because we're not really going to be able to pick up much from the boss fight. And honestly, that boss fight's not super profitable anyway. Like, occasionally you'll get a decent weapon out of it. And I do mean occasionally. Which is the unfortunate part. The caves themselves are way more profitable than the boss fight actually is. Which, you know, that just makes logical sense, though, because of how much ground there is along the way to the boss fight. What's interesting is it seems like a lot of the other areas got shorter compared to the caves. They're all more dangerous, but they are, like, an area or two shorter for the most part. They may get longer again once we get out of the sewers. I don't know. I saw them. I just didn't process their presence fast enough. I just kind of had a moment of like, why is there 3 of them? Why? And then the bullets started flying. Ooh, another gun box. The 1889 Mario. It's a him, Mario. I don't really want it, though. I would want it to sell it, but where would I fit it? Because this one's big, is the problem. Maybe there'll be, like, a storage thing, or... Nope. Oh, this is unfortunate, to say the least. Because basically, I'd have to put it in my hands to have a prayer of getting it out of here. Also, the chat definitely just reset. Exactly, Callista, exactly. I mean, I could get rid of the lung and the tongue. Metal scraps I don't technically need either. Let's see what we can do here. I want to be able to fit this in, so I'm just gonna have to do some fiddle. We may as well throw away the broken sock. There we go. Now I can fit it. This is what I mean about it being big, though. It takes up a lot of space. Thing is, we're now going into the boss fight. Do I think I'm going to be able to pull anything of value out of this boss fight? I mean, I guess I could just cycle items, and I'm going to eat some healing while I'm doing this, so there's going to be some spaces opened up that way. Ah, to hell with it, we're here. There's decent odds of us getting something out of it. Like, he usually drops a gun. Howdy, Snork, how's it going? And just beat this guy up again. Yeah. As you can see, with a more significant weapon, this guy goes down a lot faster. And I'm pretty sure if I used the Corpse Maker, it would also be going down a lot quicker. But the shotguns are great for taking all the mud off of him so you do proper damage. So I'm pretty confident that the mud was absorbing damage. Yep, here comes the minion pile. Now he hides again because he's almost dead. Yeah, it seems to mostly have set drops in here. Like, you get that Pulsa guaranteed. And you get some other stuff. Get away from them long enough for that health to actually come back. Because those spearmen are no slouch. They do solid damage to you, if you let them. And I keep forgetting I don't have my samurai armor anymore, so I don't actually get to kill them as quickly. Oh, hey, we got another Beck. Actually, this was worth doing, then. Because the Beck 8's been proven to be pretty good. And we have space for it already because of the food we ate. So, there we go. I'm just going to leave the Pulsa behind, which is unfortunate, but it's fine. Do I want to make a spot for the broth, because the broth will make good things? Probably. For the flesh. There we go. And we just take the elevator and go right back to town that way. So I maintain the charge and the amulet as well. So it all works out. Nice and easy. Now we can organize all this stuff we picked up. Because we don't need both backs. So we'll put the unmodified back away. Sell that, sell that. Let's see what happens if I try combining two of the same scroll with the guy up here. What happens if I do this? Okay, he just won't mix them. He's like, are you stupid? They're the same scroll. I can't just write the same words twice and have it do something. I feel like I'm gonna waste money doing this. Like, I could sell these scrolls instead. Or those two. Okay, those two don't mix, I guess. Never mind. We will just continue on as we were of not using these then. Good amount of money, though, carrying all those scrolls home. The expander wouldn't be that bad. I'm not too worried about not getting organs. Brugal's not great. Pool could be funny, but that move speed down just makes me sad. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Snork. Anything like that will always take a layer out of you. But hopefully, me hanging out here will help you feel at least a bit better. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just put the shotgun with the rest of the guns. Now there's just a bit more space. The back gate is good. Actually... Is it just the mystery meat with the spaghetti? Yes, that's how you make the spaghetti bolognese. You can also make ramen by combining that with broth. Fair. See, the fact that you're able to say something like that tells me you're at least in reasonably good spirits still, and that's good. Okay. Yeah, so a few people are gonna have a bit of time to unpack all of that. Because there is always a fair amount to end up unpacking after somebody ends up going. Why did I want so much bottled water? I know there was a reason for it, but I'm not remembering what. I think it was making broth out of the bottled water in order to make more of all the rest of this. It makes sense, but I don't remember the rest of it. The recipe list is right over there, but I'm trying not to stare at it all the time. I desperately need more inventory storage. The French hot dog. What I really should do is sit down and do another craftathon thing. Yes. I definitely mentioned Heroes of Hammerwatch to people before. Even before the second game came out, I know I had mentioned that one a couple times. I can't guarantee that I was the first one to put you onto that, but I did probably mention it. Ah. Well, hopefully there will be others to carry that on with you. And you can just turn that into like a positive memory of them. I'm doing alright. Botched a few runs already today, which had me in my own head for a minute or two, but we turned it around. That's why you'll notice our gear set has changed a lot, because I lost all my armor and our 2 best guns. And then we followed that up immediately by dying again and losing my 2nd best things. So we're very much in recovery mode right now, but personal health and everything wise, everything's fine. Just mildly annoyed with myself. You know, now that we have 2 Beck 8s... Ah, okay. That way, they all get to hopefully move past it, so that's a good idea. Yeah, since we have 2 Beck 8s, let's put the gun crank on one of them and keep the other one regular, and we'll see how that plays. Though I'll need to rank up this one in order to put the gun crank on it, so let's hold that thought. Because that would mean I'd have to bring this one out, and I just can't be bothered to do that right now. I think this is a solid enough pair at the moment. The rest of the ammo away, put the money away so I don't lose that. Probably should bring a bit more food out with me. We'll make some butter sandwiches for smaller wounds. Okay, let's head to town instead of the cave now and start working our way back up. Because the sewer is what killed us at first, and then I died in the cave. So, somewhat I'm rebuilding confidence alongside rebuilding the gear set. Really? Nothing here? Still so upset that those are just flat, non-existent guns. Chocolate bar. I made mistakes. It's that simple. The first one I died to dogs because I couldn't get away from them. The second one died to enemies I didn't see until too late. After emptying out an inventory at one of the shops, I turned and ran straight into a couple melee guys I didn't have enough health to survive. It's just simple pilot error. Though I'm still confused where those enemies that attacked me right after I was in the shop came from, because they came from somewhere we'd already been. So that part's a little weird, but, you know, I must have just passed them and didn't notice them or something. Since enemies don't really make a lot of noise in this game, if you don't see them visually, you might not know they're there. And that first one with the dogs was just healing is over time, so if you're just penned in and too many things are attacking you, you're just kind of done for. The initial source of that issue was I just was a little complacent and didn't clear properly. So I got piled. Because I was being nowhere near as cautious as I was in the first session after doing a bunch of grinding yesterday. I was like, yeah, I'll be fine. And then death. It's a rough one. All of the hammer watches are pretty difficult. They're very good at killing you. So you just kind of have to accept it after a bit. Especially if you're initially flying solo, you're gonna have a rough go of it. Yeah. Exactly, you just gotta build into being able to hold together, and then it'll be fine. have anything that I'm too invested in grabbing. I don't have any money on me right now anyway, but I will give up the elephant oil to grab some more 5.56. And in my case, I'm just looking at the deaths as a vehicle by which to use different things. Because I've now found new things that I didn't have before. Honestly, the item names mean nothing to me offhand. Because I never really did any research in any of that, and I just don't remember that much. Ah, okay. I assumed it was gold related with it being Midas. I just didn't know what exactly it entailed in that game. There we go. That cheeseburger is probably more health than I needed there, but keeps the inventory light. Yeah, exactly. Gold turns into everything you need, so it makes the most sense to have a guaranteed means of generating additional gold. A lot of games of that type turn into a question of would you rather have gold gain or item find, because they both kind of fulfill the same purpose. Gold gain being the more consistent one, because you always gain said extra gold, whereas item find might give you something not worth anything, but it's still more item, so it's that one ends up changing from game to game which one's actually more worthwhile. Even though I'm personally very much an item find player. God damn, he's durable. And again, this is only like a 60 damage pistol, even though it's got a lot of bullets. Which I've gained a new appreciation for the lower damage weapons in this game. Oh, absolutely. Once you're out of upgrades and out of things to spend gold on, then gold stops mattering as much, so branching out makes sense. I'm just speaking in, like, genre-wide terms there. Is item find in games where the gold doesn't show up as much in terms of being at all useful is more important. Is like if your vendor items are always terrible, for example, then there's not really a reason to want gold aside from just restocking on potions and things. But in a game like Hammerwatch where you have upgrades that you spend gold for, gold is a lot more important. So there's an interesting dynamic there. Ah, he's in the window. Probably? I seem to recall the second game there are at least relics that give you benefits for how much gold you picked up. I don't remember if there's anything for that in the first game. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was. The thing is, though, you probably wouldn't be able to fit the Midas set and that set at the same time. If that's what you're thinking, like, use Midas to generate more gold. Well, it depends on how big each set would be. And what slots both sets would have to fit into. You say that as if I remembered that. Bear in mind, it's been quite some time since I touched the first Heroes of Hammerwatch. And I do not keep a long memory of most of these things. So I was again going on the information I have, which is how the second one worked a lot of things. Then yeah, theoretically you could do that. As long as there's nothing blocking multiple sets activating at once, which logically there isn't, but I do not remember if there's an issue with that either. Yeah, I genuinely forgot that the first game was more free in that line of thinking, allowing things to become infinitely more breakable. But you also kind of need to break it. Yeah. No, now that you're mentioning that, I do start to pull that back together a bit more in my head. And I don't think there was a cap of any kind. Is more often than not, death would happen before the cap could be reached. But back when I was playing that one more, that was before I had any real amount of people to play things with, so that game just kind of died. Died for me. Yeah, that sounds right. Any run that lasts a decent amount of time will find quite a bit. Because they're not exactly stingy with items, necessarily. I wouldn't say it's the most generous game out there, but it's not stingy either. Yeah. Another one of these gun shop spots that just had no ammo. I never saw any of these not have ammo until today. But this is also only the second session of the game, so maybe I was just very lucky. Could go either way with that one, really. Either I was very lucky before, or I'm just being very unlucky now. And based on the way today's been going, I can definitely believe very unlucky. Blue bandana. Also pistol damage, so red and blue bandanas both do the same thing then. Okay. The fact that both exist is interesting. Okay, the spread on this is showing a little bit more now compared to the Fisk. These longer range engagements, it's definitely not holding up as well. So I could step across a room and be confident the Fisk would land where it needed to. That one, not as much. Yeah, I don't care enough to carry that flower out of here. Get rid of the Carefree oil and the Rigid System oil. Start getting our money back up again. Anything I actually want? Now you got another gun crank. But I don't especially want that. The M87 Albatross silencer, just a big old chunk. The cereal takes up too much space for the amount it heals. Just get rid of that. No, we'll keep the rice. I don't use jars of poison that much. We'll get rid of that. There we go. That cleans up the inventory pretty nicely. And we don't really need to do repairs, I don't think. They're a little beat up, but they should hold. The shoes need fixing before they break again. Which, if I'm already in here doing this, I may as well repair all of them. It's not that expensive to repair these things. I just was not going to bother opening the menu, was the thing. So if I'm already repairing things, I may as well repair it all. Good maintenance will keep it from failing me later anyway. But when I say it took a good, like, 3 cave runs to break the SMG I had before, that is not an overstatement. It was a trap. They knew what bait to use. And it wasn't worth it. Just gonna sell this immediately, too. Goddamn, walked right into the sucker trap. I should have known. And I even heard them speak when I ran into the room. But no, just blitz right on into the sucker trap anyway, because I'm a sucker sometimes. Yeah, we have been through here already. As short and relatively simple as these maps are, every now and then I kind of wish this game had an auto map. It's not really necessary in the slightest, but it's good for when I have those moments of failing memory. But at the same time, it's easy enough to just poke my head back to where I was. I mean, I'm using them, so that should tell you what my stance is in the general sense. At the end of the day, some of them are very useful, so they make it worth the extra damage, and the extra damage really doesn't seem to be that much. You just don't want to be attaching useless things just for the sake of attaching them. I don't have real, like, numbers for you as to how much faster it breaks them, because it doesn't seem to be consistent as far as that goes. And I'm also not 100% sure if it's even actually a thing, or if it's just something the game tells you, but is A, not implemented, or B, not actually significant enough to matter. Because, like, the Verd had a full set of oils on it, which is, like, 4 oils and multiple attachments, and it still held up fine. It didn't have all those oils when it went for the 3 runs before it broke. But it had, I think, 2 of them for most of those runs. And it still lasted a good amount, so I don't really think it's that big a deal. Now, I will say, I don't think there's much point to playing this if you're not going to work with the attachments and such. is a big chunk of this game's value is in modifying what you're working with. The only other value this game really would have at that point is seeing all the different items themselves. Or just playing the game to get through the game, which I guess you could do, but that's not any different from most other shooters at that point. And you got plenty of choices as far as that goes. They're playing real mean right now. Well, it's for killing everything. They just happen to be a part of the pile. I miss my spring shoes. So much harder to jump around to places when you can't jump as high. Yeah, I still don't have anything really that valuable to put in storage. Like, I could put the rice and the sugar away, but I'd have to juggle things around in the storage because the storage is getting too damn full. The herbs actually have more use than I thought, so they're actually worth grabbing. You know, fuck that guy in particular. You did not throw that nearly far enough. Compulsively reload. There we go. I didn't want to shoot him from a distance because of all those corpses. They would have given him plenty of cover. Or would have caused me just all kinds of headaches. We are getting a little low on actual healing of any significance. So that might be one thing to do, is start trading around what's in the storage. Ooh, a gold chain. Don't mind if I do, that's probably worth a good amount of money. Let's quickly run back to where that storage box was. Let's see. Not that we have a ton of good healing in here anymore, so I keep not actually making any of the healing. But I can still at least swap some stuff around. Put some of this stuff to use. That's a bit better. Not great, but a bit better. I could have also grabbed some more of my ammo out of the box, but it's fine. This should be enough ammo. Yeah, I don't really need their thyroid. It's always enough ammo until it isn't. More energy ammo that I have no use for. Outside of our laser sniper that I just don't know if I'm ever actually going to bring it out into the field, if I'm honest. As much as I like the idea of it, it shoots so slow that you'd have to be playing a real slow game for it to be particularly useful. And this game just doesn't really reward that kind of behavior too much. So it would need to be modified in some way to be more effective in a moving fight. And I feel like that just ends up contrary to what that weapon is supposed to be. And then there's the fact that high damage doesn't seem to always equate to something dying like you'd expect it to. Like, I've hit some of these enemies that I swear only have like 300 health with a 600 damage weapon and they lived. So there's variables there that I apparently still don't understand. But it makes, again, single-fire weapons harder to trust. When you can't really rely on that to kill. Of course, I find one of these right after I had traded out all of the ingredients I had for the most part. I can, however, do this. Turn those into a spice mix, combine the chicken leg. There we go, we got Nashville hot chicken. They're doing a really good job of actually landing shots today. I, however, am not. Ooh, a free salamander, though. You know what? All is forgiven. Free gun. That's a lot more acceptable. See, I have to actually put a bit of focus in order to actually be accurate today. Instead of the more off-the-cuff accuracy I can have sometimes. No, 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 no. Get me unstuck, please. That's the worst thing with these dogs, is you get stuck on top of them somehow. Because they're a smaller enemy and they somehow nudge you up over them when they attack you. And it just makes it really annoying to deal with them, because you can't melee them if they're under you very effectively. It's a bit of jank they really should fix. Where? Oh. Where did you even... Whatever, game. Remember how I said that was enough ammo? Yeah, that was before all hell broke loose repeatedly. Because I'm used to this area not being this cramped with enemies. But I really should think that through a bit more and realize, no, this area does love to have like 50 dudes sometimes. Ghost. Thankfully, we can switch to the salamander because we have a bunch of 7.62. The salamander is pretty good because we've had this before. Doesn't have as many bullets per magazine, but it hits harder too, so it kind of balances out. That reload time is going to be a little spooky, but Stiff Leg might have exactly what I need. Or not particularly. He has the ammo I need, but everything else he's got on him is a little bit sad, to put it politely. And it's only polite because it's better than, holy hell, man, why did you bring garbage to me? Which, the Arbiter's not terrible, just not a weapon I want. So that's my bias against shotguns showing again. But we do have 200 at 9mm again, so we'll swap back immediately. Though this does do twice as much damage naturally. Might do that for the moment. Though this leaves us without an automatic weapon. So if things get truly hairy, it might get a little bad. But that's what swapping the weapon in the inventory is for. You can just quickly swap in the assault rifle if things get real bad. He's all the way out there. You can barely see him in the fog. Thankfully, they all are on fire now, because I think they hit a barrel. Or there's a fire enemy. Oh, yep, there's a fire enemy. This guy right here, bit of a firebug. Burned all of his friends trying to get at me. Okay, maybe not all of his friends, just a lot of them. Certainly saves me ammo when they burn each other to death. I hope they do that more often. I should heal before I go anywhere. I also forgot I had this broth over here. Could have actually done more with that. But it's fine. I try not to put healing items on those 3 quick slots. Is exactly that. I forget that they're there. Ooh, health potion. Real shame that I just healed before finding that, but I have that for the next time I get tore up now. Is for those that don't know, those are very fast about healing a lot, because they heal 100 over 5 seconds. Compared to most things that only heal like 25 over 5 seconds or such. I'm not gonna do the boss fight for this area, because this boss fight was kind of bleh. And it also could easily be needlessly dangerous. And we already completed it, so there's no reason to do it again. What do you got? Hey, an LMG finally! And, oh yeah, the ferryman I did see in my travels yesterday. This compact rifle that fires 50 BMG. If it wasn't 8,000, I would have bought it. But 8,000's a little too high a price to ask. LMG, though. Very, very tempted. Because we can afford it. Where I would fit it becomes a whole other question, though. It's a little bit of a big boy. That would be a way to use up our 7.62, though. It's a shame that we gave up the helmet that gave us LMG damage and right before we found one. I feel like this goes without saying that I was going to buy this. No matter how much negotiating and discussing I was doing on that, of course I'm buying a light machine gun. It's not even a question. We'll put the corpse maker in here. Not off the top of my head, because that's very, very supply and interest dependent. Like, I'm one of those people that you could ask me in 5 minutes from now and my answer would be wildly different. And since I ate before I started, I don't have any immediate food ideas off the top of my head at all. Like, I'm useless as far as questions like that go. True. It wouldn't really be a healthy idea, but it would taste good. Okay, I do need to put some stuff on this machine gun to get that spread down. Oh wow, 12 gauge rechamber is expensive. I thought the 50 BMG chamber chisel was expensive, but no, that's the most expensive chamber chisel, I guess. Actually, no, the energy weapon one might be more expensive. We still haven't seen that one either. I mean, the pizza wouldn't be worse then, but that is something to consider. Flour and water make bread. Oh yeah, that's also something I can do. Put the water and that together to make chocolate syrup. Put the milk and the chocolate syrup together. Boom, chocolate milkshakes. Admittedly, the other chocolate syrup now I think is mostly useless because I have no other milk. And I don't know of anything else that chocolate syrup's used for in this game. Make another clay. I can actually make a couple of them because I have a couple of potatoes. Make another stick of dynamite because I can. No, that way it saves some space and puts more explosives at my disposal. I'm not sure yet what'll turn not automatic. I just wanted to have both those options on hand. Oh yeah, we can sweeten this berry jam. Because this is 10 health over 2.5. It does only give it 5 more health, but it also makes a second one. So that's a little more worthwhile. Cheese. Wait, no, it's not butter and a potato, it's egg and potato. No, that was the omelet. What was it? Cheese and potato, that's the one. That, of course, that's why I was thinking it was the other yellow thing. God damn it, brain. It's the other yellow food thing. Except it's the yellow food thing that I don't have. Well, we can make some Spanish omelets at the very least. That'll help. What was the other thing I could use bread for that was really good? I do have sugar, so I can make some French toast. See how the French toast healing is. $15 over 5 seconds. That's not really that good. With how much we put into making that, I don't think that was... I mean, that would be a much healthier idea. If you've only been drinking, though, you may need something a little bit more substantial at some point. But the salad is at least not a bad idea. What can I even use rice for in this game? Oh yeah, sawdust makes power bars. That was one of the things sawdust was for. I don't have a spicy sausage for that. Oh wait, no, potato and egg make... No, that's... Unless the order matters? Hold up. Potato? Egg? Yeah, that just makes a Spanish omelet. I don't know what the hell this guide's talking about. It's trying to claim that you can make a raclette using a potato and an egg. But that just makes Spanish omelet. Lies. Lies and shenanigans. Rice and salt. Makes rice cakes, which I don't know if they're going to be useful, but I'll give them a try. It makes a lot of them. Okay, they're on par with the French toast, and this was cheaper to make. These are solid small heals. Just trying to get rid of my overstock I've got going on in here. Let's see, liver is useful. Sawdust is really just going to be everything else is gone. We will use that next. I may just end up making like a pile of omelets. No, not the rock. I don't need that. Make some stews. Make some omelets. So I'm running out of space. So I tried to clear space in here and then didn't end up reversing that. We're gonna be here for a minute though, so if people got things they want to do, they might want to go do them while I'm doing this. You're not gonna miss anything particularly interesting while I juggle food around. But this is an important activity towards keeping us alive in the long run. And I definitely could be making better food than this, but I'm just making what I have in front of me. Not too dissimilar from what I do in life for the most part, but that's neither here nor there. I would like to claim that I gained back space, but I didn't really. What was the thing that combined with liver? Because there was a bunch of stuff with liver. Yeah, bread and liver makes liver pate sandwiches, and that'll be good enough. Give me that bread. Sounds disgusting, but it's still another one-tile healing item. Can I use this hazelnut for anything? I don't remember ever seeing hazelnut in this list anywhere. But I also wasn't really looking for it, so there's something to be said for that. Comedic thing you can do, by the way, a stick grenade and a potato makes mashed potatoes. Living up to the potato masher. Oh yeah, I can make nut spread with the hazelnut, but I need more of them. Hazelnut, walnut, pine nut, make nut mix. Yeah, it's looking like that's not going to be particularly useful. And there were a lot of things I could have used the rice with that would have been better than what I made with it, but it's fine. One thing at a time. I don't think I have enough to make buttermilk pancakes. So those might actually be really good. It needs buttermilk, egg, and flour, and I don't think we have any flour left. So I sold the flour I had picked up because I didn't want to keep it in my inventory because of space reasons. Yeah. So that plan's SOL. Actually, I think I can mix it with the oats still and make porridge. Yeah, if for nothing else but to get more things out of my inventory. Nope, that doesn't work. Never mind. Let's put the ingredients away now. And we'll just carry the healing we have in here out with me. Now comes the important question of, do I actually try the sewer with the light machine gun and risk losing it as soon as I bought it? That's the tricky part on that one. Is the more trips into areas we've already been I do, the less time we have today to do trips into new territory. Need to try to move things forward. Ooh, the machine gun definitely slows you down. Not too bad on the spread, even though it said it had some hefty spread to it. So that's a thing. But, you know, it's a machine gun. Of course it's gonna walk a bit. It may be worth our while, though, to do, like, another town run before we go back to the sewer. Yeah. Another town run to feel out how the machine gun interacts with things might be the way. So we'll put a little bit of this healing away, because we shouldn't need all of this for town. Though we did end up using a decent amount in the town, so I think that'll be enough. Put away ammo that I'm not gonna need. Put the money away. Grab a chunk of my 7.62, because I'm gonna be using a lot with the machine gun, but just in case we botch this somehow, I don't want to take it all with me. Okay. Let's go back to town. I have a machine gun. I have a machine gun. I'm gonna find a way to lose it. I hope that last part isn't true, but it might be. Boy, oh boy, do I feel that slowdown holding this thing, though. Right side, we won't have to worry about reloading it very often. As long as I don't just completely go nuts with it at some point, which, you know, I probably will. It's a machine gun. How would I not go crazy with it at some point? There's some more sugar. A steak. I don't think I'm that interested in the steak. And I thought I was being clever by crouching with this. I will say it didn't seem like it helped that much. If anything, the little bit of drop it had meant a lot of those shots were going to the floor. And despite this having 100 damage per round, I think it needs to be aimed. I think hip firing this is a waste. It might. There's always a reality in which that will happen. Death and repeated death can easily find its way around. I really need to stop compulsively reloading this thing. Well, that civilian get obliterated the second he popped out of that guy. Thing does a real good job of shredding targets like you'd expect a machine gun to do, though. What do you got? All the usual things. No big surprise. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the improvised barrel extension because it's just not worth it compared to the other barrel extensions you can get. The poker chips are worth a decent bit, so we'll sell those, and that's all they're for anyway, I'm pretty sure. This is when I find out they're for like a secret casino somewhere in the game. Why do I have a Discord ping? Ow. Because of useless things. Also, yep, I definitely forgot to do that. There we go. Fix that. So that's why that didn't go out before. I forgot to turn my activity back on in Discord, so it never actually pinged the way it was supposed to. In this way, nobody who only looks at Discord knew that the stream was live. Which would have meant people potentially would have been asking me for things and wondering why I wasn't answering them. Yep. Nothing up here. Is this chicken dead? Yep, that chicken's dead. It was just flattened against the wall. Okay, like, keeping it to like 3 rounds at a time seems to also work. The second that 4th bullet comes out, it starts going wild. There we go, another stage done. And in here, except a bag of sugar for some reason. You know, best not to question it. There's far worse white powders we could have found in there. And to be fair, we may very well have, and they're just calling it sugar. You never know. Another gun. Probably just found a disposed of murder weapon, but you know what? If nobody ever finds it, then that doesn't sound like it'll be a problem for me, at least. Thank you for your spaghetti. Don't know why you had it. And when you're running around in the field. He had it too, though, so you know what? Maybe it's spaghetti day. What do I know? Today's the day where you just run around with spaghetti in your pocket. Hi! Howdy, Clyde. How's it going? You're just in time for the mystery of why people are carrying spaghetti in their pockets to come up. I don't think there's anything I can really use out of all of this at the minute. Is this way? No. No? Yes, no. No, because there's still a box here. It just happened to look the same as the other room. This thing's getting a lot of ranks from getting through this town. Which is great, because it needs those so I can put some attachments on it to make it a bit better. Denim jacket. Can I make room for it? Answer is not quite. I don't need to heal right now. I already have one of these guns. We'll just go ahead and get rid of it. I was debating between getting rid of that and getting rid of the sugar. Hey, I slightly question a denim jacket increasing your charisma, but I know some people that like those, so I won't judge too much there. See you. Bang. Saw somebody else go running. There he is. Let him go. He's gonna get me. Oh no. The speed difference when you pull the sword out is ridiculous. Beef jerky. Just cotton swab up the machine gun. There we go. That's how you repair a machine gun, right? You just kind of vaguely run a cotton swab over it and somehow everything's better. This loops around. So where is this meant to be sending me? Or is this just telling me that, hey, this whole side over here is a dead end. Try again, stupid. Probably that one. So this is what led over to where the egg is, because you can see the egg from here. Means we probably need to go up here. No, because there's dead people here. Oh, this is where we came from. That's where the landmines are. Okay. Narrowing it down. That leaves this way. So many of these pathways just kind of start to blend together, so I lose track of where I have and haven't been. A place to cook, but we haven't really changed what we're carrying enough to have anything to cook. A storage box would be wonderful right about now. So I can put away some of this stuff. Looks like that's not happening, though. I need to make another inventory space. We have a lot of bottled water back at the base. Write that for the scroll. I'm still nervous about setting enemies on fire, because that's going to very easily lead to me setting myself on fire. Machine gun's definitely holding its own, though, so I think it'll be fine to bring it to the sewers with us. I wish they were as bad at killing me as they are at killing that chicken. So I tell you what, they're doing a very bad job of killing that chicken. Not usually. Now and then it's a good idea to be one. Okay, it's just an earthworm. I was curious to see if it would do anything interesting. I mean, this is true. There are some situations where a chicken definitely ends up with a machine gun. They really want me to have this revolver even though I have one already. And if I had the inventory space, I would take them. But I don't. I don't got the space. And technically, I could make the space. Yeah, I can make the space for this one at the very least, now that I ate that. Maybe now it'll stop spawning more of them for the moment. speaking of things that could stop spawning, it could stop spawning dogs at any time. And I don't think I'd be that upset. I like dogs, but not these dogs. These dogs are a problem. Okay, this is where we came from. Right, because this is where the chicken jumped down from and got obliterated. I think. I'm assuming where we found that egg was where the chicken died. But maybe the chicken got away. Maybe it just shit out an egg in fear and ran for its life. Because we didn't see feathers or a corpse or anything, so... The chicken may be at large. Imagine the chicken just pops up around a corner with a knife. Just out for vengeance. Sure, we weren't the one that tried to kill it, but... You know, things happen. I think the gun's worth more money than the Christmas sock. I can't guarantee that, but I feel like that's true. And we got some civilians just stomping around in here. Look at you, actually getting to have your family together still. Y'all might want to move out of town, though, I gotta tell you, it kind of sucks around here. You know, what with the rabid dogs around every corner. And the knife-wielding serial killer chickens. Yes, I've just decided that that's true now, by the way. Kid, you shouldn't be here. Look at this. Look at all of this. Congratulations, you traumatized yourself, and now this guy's gonna kick your ass. This is why you shouldn't go poking your nose where it doesn't belong. Random guy comes by and clubs you for it. Real shame, that one. Nothing could have been done, though. I shot him as fast as I could. Ooh, ice skates. Those will probably be more useful than the diving fin that I'm wearing. Yeah, because they're move speed 10 and armor 2. I lose the water mobility benefits, but we really don't go willingly into the water, or if we can help it, so... Fill up the amulet. And at least that'll offset some of the machine gun slowdown. And I know those diving fins are not worth that much money, so I'm not gonna stress over trying to find a space for them and to sell them. Unless we find a shop nearby. Ow. Look at him jumping and shooting. Regular goddamn Call of Duty player over here. Fuck you. Fuck you guys too. I didn't figure Dynamo was gonna get both of them. That's why I whipped around ready to shoot. Well, suddenly I've gained an amount of inventory space that I was not prepared to have. Funny, that. Anyway, how about we go get at either that diving fin or our Christmas sock back. Or, actually, no, let's grab the milk. The milk will be more valuable to us. And that keeps part of the inventory space open. There's multiple eggs here, actually. Oh, potato. There must have been a lot of chickens around here. The amount of eggs everywhere. Like, if I had the inventory space, I would pick up all of these eggs and we'd have omelets forever. All the omelets, all the time. I could corner the market on eggs. I'd be a millionaire. You know, until I ran out of eggs, and then I would probably be dead. But I suppose that's neither here nor there, eh? Okay. Was just double checking. The usual few hours in, check to make sure all of everything is still working. Another one of these boxes that has no ammo in it. Sad. See, the barrels know what's up. The barrels have bullets in them. Dead people. There's where all the dead people came from, the poison dog, who just shit out a shotgun. Okay. Yeah, about fitting that into the inventory. That's not happening. There are many magic tricks I can do to fit things in an inventory. That is a magic trick beyond me. That's a miracle right there. Unless we find a shop somewhere nearby yet again. Because then I can sell the denim jacket and the pistol and make up the room easy. Oh wow, there was quite the mess here. You know, just blow up the civilian corpse so nothing can be proven. Everything's fine. Another scroll. See, that's what I mean about the damage being weird sometimes, though. Is this gun's rated at 100 damage a hit. We hit that dog, what, 4 times? But maybe if you hit, like, just wrong, it's too much of a glancing hit and it doesn't do enough or something. Because they did say that hit locations matter. Oh, there's some flour. I'll trade the sugar for the flour. I'm getting a little low on 7.62 despite the fact that we found a couple boxes of it. There might also be distance fall off for damage. I didn't consider that till now. Oh boy. Here, have that. Oh boy, popular bit of town. I'm so glad this fits so many bullets. That could have been bad otherwise. Yep, out of 7.62. Real shame. Bathrobe. All of that and I get a bathrobe. Joyous day. This was so worth it. Can't even fit it in my inventory. Even more eggs. Good. Ooh, escargot. Not a sentence I'd ordinarily utter, because I am certainly not one that would be eating snails. But beggars can't be choosers in this world. The fact that these guys look exactly the same as everyone else that they're killing, they just have masks on, is very telling. Yeah, there's a statement there, and I'm just gonna leave that at that point for everybody to acknowledge on their own. God damn it. Is there anything I can really make use of in here? Still not really. What does the Spartan oil do? Oh, right, that's the one that lowers my loot chance. Not that the loot chance has been great to begin with. But while the ad's running, I'm going to quickly do a thing. Alright, once more into the breach. So I figure the best time to be distracted by other things is while a good chunk of the people can't actually see what's happening. Wobble oil, huh? I do have a bunch of eggs back at the base still, don't I? I do, but the chicken is still less useful. Oh, +1 spread, but +1 bullet bounce. That might actually be useful on some things. That at the very least doesn't have any inherent negatives completely. Like on a shotgun it would be fine, for example, because the spread doesn't matter. And now we're up to the boss area again. Is there gonna be like a shop or anything so I can juggle around some inventory? Or like a last minute box I can loot? Get a little bit more value out of this. I was pretty confident that slash would kill him, so I just went for it. That could have gone horribly wrong. Gunster. That's a 2-tile item, though, I think. That guy's why I switched weapons. Boots wouldn't be bad. Bottled water. This is Dick Renoir. That wouldn't actually be bad to have, since it's already a ready-made healing item. I eat one of the berry jams, I gain enough space that I then only need one more. So we'll ditch an herb. That. There we go. Blue slipper. No, that's not better than either of the shoes I have. There's a burger. What's a double cheeseburger, no less? That's worth swapping something out for. We don't need this many eggs. So far, pretty good. I haven't had any problems with it. Aside from having to adjust my shooting slightly to account for the fact that it has a little bit of a rough time at distance, occasionally. Okay, 30 seconds over 3 seconds. I mean, 30 health over 3 seconds. 30 seconds over 3 seconds would be an interesting concept. it's kept very good control over exactly what I would want it to have control over, which is anything that gets a little too close for comfort. And the main issue it has is the one that was expected, running out of bullets. Because running out of bullets is always a problem for anything automatic. We'll trade this regular chicken for a Nashville hot because it's already cooked and ready to go. Rid of the human skin, take that. See you. Peekaboo. I don't think any of those hit because I think the terrain got in the way. There we go. The spawn rate for chickens in this particular trip through here has been insane. There's eggs everywhere. In fact, actually, give up on the sugar. Give me the bread. Give me more eggs. Ridiculous. Well, I guess I'll suddenly have more space for inventory, huh? Just somehow I ended up with enough space to fit that sugar back into my inventory. Weird that. Glass cannon oil. Ah, less durability, higher damage. That's honestly fine. There's definitely weapons I could see that working out perfectly for. Just shot his own guy in the back like 5 times. I think I can actually cook some stuff while we're here. No I can't because I got rid of a lot of the things I could have cooked. Is I was running out of space and was keeping the more valuable things to hand instead. Oh, never mind. Rip that plan. It's fine, we're leaving here in a moment anyway. Food stamp oil. There goes another egg. Actually, no, get rid of the herb. We're not gonna actually use this one, but it's worth more money, so... And that's kind of what this is turning into. What gives me the most money? Cheeky bastard waiting around the corner with his friend. And his other friend. And his friend's friend. And the friend of the relative of the friend. Which was enough to eat all of my bullets. Got any cousins out here too that I should know about? No, we're at the end. Okay. There's a bunch of bullets in the entry chamber right before the boss that we're gonna go grab, and then we're leaving. Because that boss just isn't worth redoing. Like, it might be, but the odds of it being worth it, based on what we got last time, I don't think are worth the effort. All these free bullets, though. Free bullets are always worth it. Alright, out we go. All in all, I think we did a very good recovery from the deaths we had at the beginning of the session. Fucking Mario shotgun just keeps coming back. It haunts me. If I used more of these oils, we absolutely would have much stronger weapons, but it would just be somewhat buried in drawbacks as well as the catch to that one. Yeah, like the amount of durability the Beck 8 used, for example, really isn't that much. So if I put something like the glass cannon oil on that, it would go up to like 80 damage and lose, what, like 500 durability off of it? which would put it to about the amount of durability it has left currently. So we'll give that a shot. Oh wow, that took off more than 25%. Took that much off of it? My math must have been fuzzier than I thought on that one. That's fine. Because it was 2,200, and a quarter of that should have been like 550. You give or take. I thought, anyway. But what do I know? Oh, I opened the wrong menu. Wanted to see what oils he had. Ooh, more projectile amount is fun. Actually, oh, no, that has the minus 50% damage. If that didn't have the minus 50% and it was just smaller bullets, but the bullets bounce, I would absolutely put that on the machine gun because it would be hilarious having a hose of ricocheting bullets going off, basically. That would actually be very effective, especially in somewhere like, oh, I don't know, the sewers, where everything is kind of cramped. 50 BMG. No. As much as it would be funny to make this into like a 50 cal machine gun, we just don't have the 50 caliber or ammo available to then feed it. I could rechamber the pistol for that, but that would still have the major ammo restriction. Is we have how much? 50? Yeah, we have all told 180 BMG. That just ain't enough for me to be comfortable there. We do have too much food. Like, I need to do something about this. This is out of control. Like, I can't be working on this every time I come back. This is too much. Let's move the dolphin into here. Let's just try to fit, like, most of our guns into the other case. At least buy some time as far as that problem goes. I also don't need both salamanders, actually. Oh, absolutely. It's just one of those... I can't be wasting all my stuff. I hope I sold the right salamander. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, this is the one with the puncher oil. I debated going back to the stock salamander, since the other one's a little bit janky, but it's fine. Is that 8 spaces? It is. We'll leave the dirt in here, and we'll put the other 2 pistols in the other box. There we go. I probably shouldn't be hanging on to this many guns, either. But I want to have guns I can mess with and do weird modifications to, without losing all of my weapon options, as we talked about before. And now I can actually, like, take stock by putting all of this away. Well, not all of it, because the flower still won't fit in there. I also forgot to sell this scroll. There we go. Now I just need to fiddle with this a little bit, though. I still have the spaghetti here. Fortunately, I need other things other than mystery meat to make bolognese, I think. Oh, I got rid of all the other spaghetti I picked up, too, didn't I? I only kept... No, I have 2. Is the spaghetti bolognese proved to be real strong, so I want to make use of that. How about some of the water to make other things? Obviously, we want to put all the eggs to... Nope, there's a third spaghetti. It's just all buried in this mess is the problem. This will only take a couple minutes, or at least it should. This 50 health over 5 seconds is just so good. It also gets rid of the odd bits of flesh that I've been hanging on to. Flour and water I know makes bread. Did I want to use the flour for something else? Look at the list, you fool, before you use up everything. Oh right, I wanted to use it for the buttermilk pancakes. That was the thing. So I need butter, buttermilk, egg, and flour. I do still have the butter. I have buttermilk in here somewhere. There it is. This particular configuration makes a lot of buttermilk pancakes, is why this is worth doing. 30 health over 10 seconds. That's not as worth as I'd hoped. And they're also 2 utile items, so maybe that wasn't worth all of the work I just put in for that. But now we know what it does. Is unfortunately this list only tells you how to make the stuff. It only tells you the healing of some of them, because they don't have pictures for all of them. Maybe I would have been better off making the chocolate mud cakes. Too late to worry about it now. Yeah, we know how much Swedish pancakes heal for, which is not remarkable enough to be worth juggling all that stuff around for. Yeah, we already used up all the spaghetti, so ramen isn't an option. Oh, you can use bones. You can actually make mute skewers using flesh, bone, and stick. True. Unfortunately, we don't get to enjoy the flavor of things when they're created in a digital environment yet. I know. It's sad. Nashville hot chicken's already ready to go, so we'll take those with us, because that's decent healing for a one-tile item. We'll of course be taking the double cheeseburger with us. We want at least a milkshake. We'll probably take 2 just to prevent burning to death. Still have so many things to process in here, but it's fine. We will come back to that. I still have these omelets in here too, for example. That should be enough healing to keep me alive. Having a lot of healing didn't help us when we died in the sewers before, after all, because we didn't have any instant healing. Which I can't really make, so it's kind of dead in the water on that one a little bit. You know, it really doesn't matter that much. Because there are things that heal instantly or near instantly, like the candy cane heals for a decent amount in 0.1 second, which is as close to instant as this game really gets. Outside of... I did find 1 health pack that healed near instantly as well. But that ended up getting used already. Yeah, this inventory just continues to get out of hand. I don't have any explosives. But looking at this inventory, I don't think there's anything I'll be able to make an explosive out of in here. So I don't see any flesh or metal I can use. Oh wait, no, there's a goblin skin right there. There we go. That'll at least give us a stick of dynamite, just in case. Make sure to repair all of my stuff. This barely even needs repairs, but I'm just gonna do it just in case. I'll have to wait on that one. I won't fit in there with that either. Oh wow, the Beck does not cost much money at all to repair. I think part of... Oh, right. It costs nothing because its current condition is higher than its max condition because we knocked the max condition down. That's why. Right. You know what? That makes nothing but sense. Now... Flash hider might not be a bad idea to put on the machine gun so its spread gets under control a little bit more. Because we can't really do better than 0.75 off of the spread without reducing our movement. So yeah, we'll go ahead and grab that on there. Now it's down to 3.25, which should be a lot better. Grab some more ammo. Because I am going to need to grab a bunch of ammo from the shops before we go as well. Yeah, this already has a compensator and a laser sight. And when it's only 75 damage instead of 80. I really feel like the math got all fucky there. I'll take this pineapple grenade too, just in case. Are you out on ammo? Yeah, we're really gonna be a little light on 7.62. I think we have some in storage. Yeah, we do. I'm just gonna take all of it. It's a risk, but this is one of the main things we have that uses 7.62 at this point. It's that and the salamander, so not that big a deal. And we already looked at the oils. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we can do. I think it's just off to the sewer with us and hope for the best. It's either that we go to town again, but I would like to try to make new territory progress today. And we got most of the way through the sewers our first time here, so I think just our second run just had a bad spawn. Because it was just like a room full of guns and dogs. Shot. Oop at me from the darkness. There he is. This thing is a little more consistent now. Not like a, oh my god, huge difference, but it is better at least. Look at that. That's way better. Alright, mid-range. Long range, obviously, it's gonna still fail some of the time. Because that's not what it's meant to be doing, really. You know, I'm just not gonna think too hard about picking up stew immediately after human flesh. I'm sure it's fine. We do need to heal, like, immediately as well. I need to make sure my health is up. Because that was part of what got us killed by the dogs and everything, is I got complacent about my health. Something no one should ever do. Do not ever get complacent about your health. You know, don't worry about it constantly, but don't let it slip completely out of your hands either. I could have just let him walk through his friend's poison into his death. But I think that was a mercy. Just gunning him down before he got that far. Doesn't look like there's anything other than bits of them in that pile. That's a pit, so we're not going that way. Before anybody asks, no, there's not any secrets in any of the pits. All it is damage. I have tested this. Oh boy, that could have been very easily a disaster. Oh good, some wet wipes to repair my weaponry with. That's, again, how you fix a gun, right? You just run a wet wipe over it and it's fine. Of course, I find something that boosts assault rifle damage now that we're not using one. But hey, it's an accessory at least. Our second accessory in the entire time we've been playing this game, which is admittedly not that long. I think we're at a total of not even 15 hours between the 2 sessions and the grinding I did. Which I was debating grinding up enough money to buy that safe to have more inventory space. And I'm now wondering if I might have needed to. I don't know how useful Luck Plus 1 is, but it's taking up a slot that hasn't been used, so may as well. There's old Doing transpiring over here. Oh, it's a three-prong war over here, goddamn. And I just fourth-partied this instead of third-partied it. Because there were arrows coming from down here, too. Sometimes it's really beneficial to just take advantage of other people's problems. Now's a good time for some spaghetti. Remember, it's okay to take advantage of other people's misfortune as long as those other people are bad. Does that make you better? No. But sometimes you don't have to be better to come out on top at the end of the day. Oh yeah, a shop I've never seen before. Hang on, you got a unnecessary guest there. There you go. You're welcome. Oh, the Rat Queen.
Well, hello there. We don't usually get a lot of visitors down here. Well, if you don't count the mutants. Looking to procure something?
Yeah, sure. What do you got? Yeah, you know what? The amount of cheese in here, that makes sense. Kidney pies, rubber. There are actually a couple things you can use rubber for in this game. Most of it's not vitally important from what I've seen. I forgot to put my money away, didn't I? That could be bad. Well, let's apply poison. Oh, I think I know what happened here. I was gonna say, wow, we dropped a lot of durability on this quickly, but I think as soon as it fired, it corrected down to the amount of durability it was supposed to have, and then it dropped from there. I don't think it had anything too weird happen. I still worry that we're gonna need that electric resistance somewhere in here. that pool oil didn't just, like, destroy your move speed, I would be much more inclined to use it. Should I buy the cheese? Because the cheese would be very useful for some of the stuff we have back at the base, but no. I won't worry about it. Anything I can make? No. Nothing that's worth stopping to make it right now, anyway. Actually, let's follow up some of the other dialogue the Rat Queen has. Oh, that barrel is part of your shop. Never mind.
Sure, darling, ask away.
Okay, nothing too crazy or interesting. What's happening down here?
This started a few weeks ago. Noticed the lurks starting to behave weirdly, coughing black goo and turning all aggressive. Lost both Willman and Rascal to these bastards.
What about the Black Guild?
Oh yeah, those two started coming down here, or like they were looking for something.
I think they're sort of regretting that at this point. Why aren't you affected?
Beats me. Neither me nor my babies seem to be affected, nor you.
That is also a good point. We're not affected by whatever this goo is either. So it's only affecting certain things. What the reasoning behind that is, I don't know. We'll figure that out eventually, probably. Banana peel. Howdy there, Jay. Nothing too crazy so far. Recouped some losses from some earlier deaths, and now we're making forward progress again. Hope you're doing well. Funny how that works out, isn't it? I had this one on my radar for a while, and this is now the second time I'm doing anything with it. Definitely a good one. Little odd, a little rough around the edges, but overall good. Could make a kidney pie out of that, but I can't really be bothered to haul that around until I have all the components. Nope, they're in the water. I can't see through the water well enough to get rid of them, so I'll just wait for them to come out the other side. There we go. Nice and easy. Oh yeah, the gunplay's been very satisfying so far. It gets a little odd sometimes because I think the spread is a little deceptive at times. And the bullet drop can be a little bit over-aggressive for the ranges that some of these weapons are being used at, but it is still some of the best gunplay I've felt in a little bit here. Like, there are definitely times where everything lines up for a shot to do damage and then doesn't. And even the visible bullet definitely hit, so it got a little jank. Like, you may have seen the spread on that particular enemy there. One of those bullets passed right through his model, but the hitbox isn't the entire model, I think, is the problem. Like, the very edges of them don't count. Which leads to some questionable scenarios. But that's me being very picky as well. Though, honestly, in a game that's all about shooting, you kind of need your hitboxes to be fully accurate. Otherwise, there's just that little bit of unfortunate unfairness that can happen. Yeah, exactly. Now the luck +1's been paying off so far. Finding more goodies. And that's the other thing, is I think it kind of drip feeds out stuff a little too much. Like, we didn't even start seeing accessories till here, and this is the third full area of the game. And it takes you a bit of time to chew through those first two areas. Especially if you're getting even remotely unlucky. But I may have just been unlucky and not seen any accessories as well. Like, we didn't see a light machine gun till later, but that makes sense. We saw assault rifles quick enough that it kind of works itself out as far as that goes. Also didn't start seeing snipers till later, but again, that's fine. That's technically a more advanced weapon, so that makes sense for it to not be popping up immediately. And who knows what else will be coming up later in the game. Because there's still a few areas left to go before we reach the end of what's available currently. Because this is still early access. It is not a fully complete game, to my knowledge. So some of the rough around the edges may just be, it's not done yet. But the enemy modifiers make things kind of interesting. Like, that guy had the bug modifier, which makes him smaller. There's a fire modifier, a poison modifier, an ice modifier. There's electricity resistance, so I presume there's some kind of electric thing as well. There have already been wizards that threw electric-based attacks at me. And I still haven't seen that many energy weapons, but they exist. We saw an energy sniper rifle and an energy shotgun so far. But I'm interested to see the other ones. And any weapon can be rechambered to use any ammo as long as you can get the chamber chisel for it. Which is a neat feature. Which remains this game's best feature in my opinion, is the amount you can modify your weapons. Like, if you take this pistol, for example, it's got a laser sight and a compensator on it, which isn't super exciting, but this oil that I put on it makes it do more damage but have less durability. These aren't the greatest examples of modifying weapons, because I've had ones that I had more stuff on. But sometimes they get a little janky. Like, I had a revolver with oil on it that made the bullets so heavy that they drop very fast, but they also bounce. So that one got a bit weird. Oh yeah, the explosion modifier too. Those guys just explode when they die. And all this human flesh and such is actually useful. You can actually make food out of that. There's a ghost around. But I can just leave, so you know what? To heck with you, ghost. I'm out of here. Bye! We're up to the last stage of the sewers. Let's see what the boss of this area is like. Because every area has a boss. And I've dealt with the first two bosses. I don't know what this boss is going to look like. I'm just keeping an eye on my back because I'm not sure if the ghost can follow you from stage to stage. It'd be kind of weird if it could, but I wouldn't put it past this game. Goblin flesh. Oh, 50 health over 50 seconds. That's a really slow heal. Ew. And we're gonna have to swim for it. Had to waste a lot of bullets there, but I didn't want to die swimming. That would be very unfortunate. We'll actually use one of those slow heals because we're not in any immediate danger. Or are we? I could hear them swimming. Just wasn't sure how many there were. That many. Plus friends. Oh wow, plus a lot of friends, actually. Then again, they do hear in this game, so... They probably heard the gunfire and came to investigate. Are you... You are still alive. You're just confused. Let's just get their attention and bait them over here. Because that's a bad position to try to go after them in. Everything about that will just end poorly for me. They're almost here. I can hear them. They're coming over here. Rude. as your weapons rank up, you can fit more oils and more attachments on them. So it does matter to actually use the weapons. So you can't just, like, buy a weapon and immediately make it awesome. You gotta learn to work with it a little bit. Okay, now that that guy's gone, cycle, cycle, cycle. I cycled the wrong way around in my inventory. Fell in the water. Everything is awful. Throw the dynamite for him. Well, of course it is. Because that's funny for all of y'all. It's not so good when I have to redo everything again. Okay, the ice guy's dead. That's the important part. But, you know, that's a negative for y'all, too, is having to wait while I gather my strength again. So that we can actually make it through here. So I can't imagine it's that interesting watching me run through the town for the 30th time. Here they come. I'll hide amongst the corpses so they have to pop up a bit more. Not that the way I'm fighting at the moment is that exciting either, but that's because of how they laid this particular bit of stage out. You know, I don't know how words can be any more slender than they are normally. I know what you're trying to say, but I'm gonna pick on the spelling mistake anyway. Cheeky bastard waiting around a corner. That's my A trick. Oh, wow. There's dead people down here. The weird, like, goo-possessed enemies must have killed them. Or they might have drowned. I suppose drowning is always an option. Is there anything I can really do with what I have on hand? Not that I can think of off the top of my head. Oh wait, another one of those 50 heals. The water. Maybe that's how some of them died. They got stuck in the water like I just did. Yeah, it is with an A. I assume the word you were looking for was slander. Which, depending on how you pronounce it, could end up looking like it's either or. Huh. Okay, there we go. I just, for some reason, didn't see that door. Oh, the exit? Is there not a boss in the sewers? Well, okay then. So what I'm hearing is I could have avoided the death I had in the sewers if I just kept going the first time we were in here, because I bailed out because I assumed there was going to be a boss fight and I wasn't ready for it. God damn it, if I just pushed forward, we might have avoided that fate entirely. Well, the more you know. So, we haven't gotten sent back to town yet. We only got sent to the hedge maze, so the hedge maze might just be the boss fight. That is also a possibility. I do have amulet power, though, so if things go sideways, we can get out. I don't have an E762, which makes this spooky. Because that basically means we're reliant on our pistol and nothing else. They definitely are making this purposely tense. Let's just follow the left wall for now. Well, left wall is rewarded with a shoe. I mean, that's more armor. But we lose the melee damage. We'll swap when the other shoe breaks. I do like the music in here, though. I appreciate that this place is full of benches. Oh, you are fast. Oh, he is still, like, right on my tail. And really strong. Okay. What the fuck are you made out of, aside from goo? He doesn't have a boss health bar. Am I, like, supposed to just run from him? Is he meant to just chase me around the maze? Because he's not dying. He might be the Minotaur of this maze. I don't know how much damage he's gonna do if he hits me, and I really don't want to find out if I can help it. Okay, he does die. He just takes a lot of bullets. Oh, he's not dead. He is not dead. Wait. Fuck you. Well, I was shooting the eye. As much as I could, anyway. Considering, you know, I can't really aim super effectively. But yes, it is the eyes. The eyes knock him down. I just don't know if that's killing him. The more eyes appeared. So I'm assuming it's a multi-phase thing. I just wish I had more grenades right about now. I don't know how effective poison's gonna be. Okay, I'm out the other end of the hedge maze. But it looks like I can't leave till he's dead, so let's go back in, I guess. I might have to hurt him while he's down to actually hurt him. He's not that dangerous, at least. I just don't know if I'm hurting him in any meaningful way because he doesn't have a health bar. Maybe I can leave. I should at least check. No, that door sure ain't open. This isn't an opening. But he doesn't seem to follow me down here, or at least he lost me. He's gone. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he just got lost. If I knock him down and run far enough, then I can just lose him completely and go see about finding some goodies. Used to use against him. I can also use the goo trail from us fighting him to retrace my steps back to the boxes we found while we were running from him. So I assume he starts searching the maze for me, so he'll probably find me at some point. But as far as I can tell, you're meant to just fight him. I can't guarantee that, of course. That's just current best guess. So it might just be that he just has a lot of health. Could try stabbing him while when he's down next as well. See if that's effective. Stabbing is usually pretty effective against things that live. Living things don't like being stabbed. Not sure if he qualifies necessarily as a living thing, admittedly. We don't have an automatic weapon equipped, so we may as well put on better armor. feel like we pulled most of the stuff out of this place, though. Wait, is there more than one of them? There is more than one of them. So maybe there's something at the center of the maze? Maybe that's the key to this? I feel like there might not be a center to this maze. Because this is back where we came in from. Over here. I can definitely say, I don't like this. Like, I'm not scared by this, but I don't like this. This is decidedly upsetting, having these things just on your tail constantly. It's hard to get anything done with them, like, right there. On the bright side, it doesn't seem like they've merged or anything, which is one thing I was worried about when I found more of them. It's like, are they gonna turn into some giant super thing? Which still might happen if I go get the other one, who I left somewhere. I've already been down this path, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. This gives me a way to loop them away from me a little bit more for a second. Though they seem to be unable to catch me completely. Though woe be on you if you don't have any move speed when you come in here. They would rip you a new one because you won't be able to outpace them at all. They would be on you constantly. Which is a questionable design decision a little bit. I could always leave. Teleporting away is an option. But I would have to go back through the sewer again to get back here. Yep, there's the last one. And all three of them are with me now. Okay. It's like, there's all the shell casings of us trying to get rid of the other one. I think we've been everywhere in here. I think genuinely it is just you have to take them out and they just have that much health. Which we do have to remember that I'm using just a 75 damage pistol. Which my pistol is rather low on health. Okay, they don't do a ton of damage. They hurt, but they don't do a ton of damage. But at the current rate we were killing one of them, we can't kill them. They won't die. We will run out of ammo and or durability before they die. So we can't win this fight right now. So I have to abandon this. I'm just trying to get just enough distance. Yep, that's what I was banking on. I knew I was gonna get hit. I just needed enough time for the time freeze to happen before I could be killed by them. Oh, that sucks. Oh, hedge maze unlocked. I don't have to go through the sewers again. Okay, that's fine then. That's perfectly fine. I still don't know if I agree with that as a design. But since you can go back there freely, that's more okay. And I say that not because of the fact that I had trouble getting out of there or trouble with the fight itself. I say that on a basis of the sewer already drains a lot of your resources, and then having a resource-heavy fight like that has a lack of clarity to how you deal damage to them is a little scuffed. Alright, Snort. Have a good night. Get some rest. I could grab the Rokua, since it showed up again. I don't know if that'll help for that fight. I think something like the machine gun would be better for just rinsing through him. Like, we need some heavy stuff here, I think. Might be a worthwhile idea to bring the machine gun and the corpse maker or something. Two things that shoot fast so we can get the eyes gone and then just chew through its health. The big problem we're gonna have is I won't be able to recharge the amulet if I go back in there. I would have to go through an area to recharge the amulet first. And if I don't recharge the amulet, there's a risk of if I end up in a bad situation again, we won't be able to get out of it. Well, thank you for the raid, Squeaky Ducky. What were you up to today? Hopefully you had a good time. And welcome in, everybody. You just caught us after we did a major boss fight of this game that we had to run away from. But hopefully you've all had a good time and are in good spirits today. This here that we're playing is Sulfer. It's I won't say it's a roguelite. It can kind of behave like one a little bit, but it's more of a RPG FPS mix than anything, I would say. Where you are a priest who's trying to save his congregation that got sent to Sulfer by a witch who he's trying to hunt down, basically. That's the short version of things. Nice, nice. Always good to see a good batch of demos going through. Sulfer's been a great time. This is my second session with it, and it's still holding up for the most part. There's a little bit of scuff here and there since it's an early access game, but on the whole, it holds up quite well. I'm just still doing some bookkeeping after that boss fight to prep myself to go back in and try again. My inventories are a mess, and I apologize for the disaster that they are. But that is just the nature of things at the moment. Any particular demos stand out to you? And would you prefer Squeaky or Ducky or the whole thing? So I do have some 556 in storage. I'm running really low on 762. So that's going to be an issue. Ooh, that does sound fun. I'll have to make a note of that one. Sounds good, I'll keep that in mind. I could bring the shotgun out, because that'll probably hit all the eyes at once. Is for those that missed the fight, basically we're in a hedge maze and there's 3 of these like goo-covered creatures running around with a bunch of eyes. When you break the eyes, the creature falls down. As far as I can tell, once it's down, I probably need to finish it off so it actually takes damage. But unlike other bosses, we have not had a health bar for it. Absolutely. By all means, do all your after-stream care. I once again thank you for the raid, and I appreciate y'all hanging out. It's important to make sure to take care of yourselves. And if anyone else has to run, I completely understand. Make sure, as I said, to take care of yourselves. I'll still be here for a good bit yet, trying to puzzle out what I'm even doing here. And I am definitely going to buy some grenades. Because grenades are always useful. I can make some more grenades as well. Well, potentially. Yeah, for those coming in, the basic main mechanics of this game is A, modifying your weapons with these attachments here, and B, applying oils like the one you saw me sell, which fit in the enchantment slots. There's also scrolls that apply magic effects to your weapons, like setting enemies on fire, freezing them, rooting them, all kinds of things. And this is still fairly early on in early access. I think it's version like 0.10 that it's at right now, something like that. I have no idea when the actual full release is going to be. I'm assuming they're gonna just kind of chew through that at their own pace. One of the other big useful things you can do is you can actually rechamber any weapon to be any caliber as long as you can get one of these chamber chisels for it, which the lady I was just dealing with over there is usually the one that'll do that has those chamber chisels available. You might be able to find them out in the wild too, but I've not actually seen any in the wild. This one up here also sells those oils I was talking about, which can have some real wacky effects, like more projectiles but more spread and less damage. More damage but you jump lower. More durability but more recoil. Which actually, the lower jump power for one is fine. I might put that on something. I mostly actually came over to this one to buy more ammo, because everybody sells ammo. Yeah, unfortunately there are ads coming. There's not much I can do about those. Oh, actually here, I'll snooze them since y'all just got here. That's about the best I can do, though. Is unfortunately, Twitch being the way it is in this day and age, you kind of need the ads. The two go hand in hand. In order to use these metal scraps, actually, I would need to go back to the caves and go get more sulfur or mushrooms. Because I'll take y'all on a quick tour for a second here. This is the first area of the game, the caves. You can get a lot of mushrooms and a lot of odds and ends out of there. Area 2 right there is the town. There's a lot of gunners and such in there, so it gets real dangerous sometimes. And then the last area I've been able to complete is the sewers right here, which is where those black goo enemies start first really showing up. It's a mix of the guys from the first two areas, all covered in goo and, like, zombified. And then the boss fight I just had to flee is up here in the hedge maze. Which I don't know how much more content there is. I know the last update mentioned a forest, and that looks like a forest there. So that might be the next area after the hedge maze. And there's been this whole thing with some of the altars we've gone to because of our amulet companion here needing to gather power from them. Where we keep getting these flashes to talking to an old lady who set up some candles around this church. And they're supposed to have warded things off, but considering a witch came and burned everything down, I have a bad feeling that those candles weren't for protection. And I think that's what they're trying to hint at there. The gravedigger here keeps digging you up every time you die and end up in this grave here. You also pop up in that grave when you teleport back too, though, so it's a little bit odd. Everything has durability, of course, so you gotta watch out for that. Which is what I was just double checking here. You can get accessories, but I've not seen very many of them yet. Okay, I did buy out all the ammo in here. This still needs some attachments, so let's grab a laser sight for our corpse maker. And a muzzle brake for it. Because if we're going to be using it for this boss fight, I'm going to need all the help I can get for it. What I'm probably going to do is carry the pistol with me, in case these two weapons start failing. Because we chewed through, like, all the durability on this pistol trying to kill those things just before. Which I did have these wet wipes with me in the cotton swabs, but I didn't want to burn them on the way that fight was going. Let's trade out some of this stuff for other healing as well, while we're here. Because those guys did hit pretty hard. They thankfully didn't hit very often because they were slow. Which the machine gun's going to be an issue in that regard, actually. Because the machine gun does slow me down. So they'll probably be able to hit me while I'm using that. Actually, that's a good point. I only barely stayed ahead of them with the pistol out. I think we backpocket the machine gun and we use these two at first. And the machine gun comes out if we have to. Yes, I know, pre-roll ads are on now. Oh, Twitch, it's okay. It'll only be on for a couple minutes. Slow your roll. Oh yeah, the other thing this one here does is they can mix scrolls you get. And I have yet to actually have that really happen, because I keep selling the scrolls as I get them, because I just haven't really been using them. Now, you might be wondering why I'm being so careful to not die in this fight. Anytime you die, everything you're carrying is lost. Every single bit. So you gotta be real careful about that. All of this ammo, all of the money, all of the weapons, including the clothes on your back, gone. You respawn with this pistol over here, the P38 Dirk, and what's referred to as father's clothes, because it's your priestly outfit from before you started this whole adventure. Which this adventure started with us crashing our car because we were chasing after the witch after the church was set on fire. Which makes you wonder why we didn't, you know, try to put the fire out rather than chasing off after the witch, but that's a whole other thing. I'm gonna bring a good amount of healing with me, of varying sizes. We know that we don't have to fight all three of them at once. As long as we find one, we can kill one, then go find the next one, kill that one. Just... my instincts are telling me that this is still not gonna go well for us. But I don't really have a lot of choices. It's either that or I go do some grinding. The big concern is we have all these guns here, but most of them are unleveled. They have no attachments, no levels, no anything. The Salamander and the Mossman have been ranked up a little bit, and that's it. So if I lose all of this, we're gonna have to probably go back to the caves again. But at some point, you gotta acknowledge that that's the risk you gotta take. So let's go for it. And the reason why I'm so attentive to that risk is the fact that we already died twice today. First time we lost all of our good stuff, and it was quite a bit of good stuff. We only now really regained our stuff from that. I'm just hoping that through pure power I can keep those two men under control. Slight flashing light warning when I'm fighting these guys too, since they're gonna get close. Yeah, see? Emptied that magazine into him and he still just gets back up. That's 2 magazines in. See if this is more effective at all. Not seeming super effective at the very least. That's a swap we can do. And like, we found the door that leads out of this area, but it was closed, which is where the assumption that I have to kill these guys came from. But like, look at the amount of damage this thing's taken, and it's still fine and dandy. I'm genuinely wondering if there's like a trick to this that I'm not understanding. Like maybe this is one of those you have to down all 3 of them at the same time or something weird like that. So am I crazy or is it taking longer for it to get up? I genuinely can't tell. But if I've put this much into killing one of them, we have a problem. And I'm really regretting not having recharged the amulet before coming in here. Maybe I do just, like, leave them behind. Maybe it's just a case of you got to escape them rather than killing them. But then how do I get out? Is like, that amount of damage, this thing should be dead. So there's definitely something I'm doing wrong. And I just wonder if it's a case of, like, bad feedback that it's taking... like, that it looks like it's taking damage. Because I can't get around behind it because these are flat sprites. They just rotate. If I just, like, ditch him... May as well switch to the machine gun. Because I'm getting low on 5.56 already. No, good thing I checked. It wasn't loaded yet. There's a gun box here. Oh, good. That's clearly what I need for this at this point. This is a gun you find at the very beginning of the game, for those that are wondering why my response is the way it is. Its damage isn't bad. It's actually higher than the Beck. But it only has 6 rounds per cylinder, so it'd be a little awkward. He's over there, so he shouldn't be an issue unless... I think he does start wandering, but we'd see a trail. Problem is, we're gonna run into at least one of the other ones before too long as well. Okay, charm resist, armor, and electric resist. Keep the pistol out so we can move faster. Technically, I could draw my blade and move faster that way, but I don't want to move too fast. I like to keep track of where I'm going. It'd be really upsetting if you have to, like, blow them up after they're down to kill them. Maybe you just need to not have any of them actively chasing you when you get to the exit? Maybe it's like a weird stealth section? That's a possibility. I wouldn't rule that out as a possibility at the very least. Since, you know, they're relatively easy to evade, you knock them down and you run. They're also relatively slow. Like, obviously they're fast enough to keep up, but they can't catch you. Unless you're using probably the machine gun. Gone in a circle, though, which is not good. Because that means he might be between me and the exit. Let's go back this way and make sure I didn't miss a path. Go back to classic follow the left wall strats. Wait. That? No, that's just path. It looked like an exit for a second, that's why I was double checking. But we had already went this way, so there was no way that that was the exit. Was checking for like weird fuckery, like, oh, you gotta sit on all of the benches or you gotta break the benches in order to leave. Yeah, because that leads us back to where the boxes were. So this whole section is written off. This whole section over here is useless. This is all just a big loop. Just to prove it, I'm gonna go back the other way. My maze navigation's not bad, as long as I'm actually paying attention. Which the biggest problem is going to be getting rid of them if I get more than one of them on me. Yeah, see, this is where we were fighting him. So he's still around here somewhere. Yeah, he's right around this corner. Yeah, because he found me. Means we want to just pop his eyes right now. Get gone from him. There's the other one. Down him. Get rid of him. Oh, that's a dead end. Son of a whore. Come on down here. Actually, you coming down here into this dead end would be incredibly good for me. There you go. Goodbye. This one's not a concern anymore. If I see goo, I know not to go down that path. We can use them as breadcrumbs. And there's the third one. So let's lead him into this pathway over here, too. Just not far enough that the other one activates, hopefully. Or we'll just take care of both of you. Fine. That's fair. Oh, great, we found the other one again. They do wander, then. They don't stay where you leave them. Let's see how well that works on him. Ooh, that almost worked terribly, because that hurt me a lot. This is a dead end that I'm running into, and I know that. I'm leading them in here. Because the idea is to ditch them bit by bit. All down the same pathway so that I have more free reign to move around. It's that dead end. Oh, there's 4 of them, as it turns out. Oh, and they heard the gunfire, didn't they? This is the exit over here. Wait. This is a different gate, though. This isn't what we found before. But is that gate only open when they're not behind you? Hmm. Like, this is definitely a puzzle of some kind. And I'm currently willing to hear it out, but if we get into too bad a spot, I may look up what the answer is, just so we don't waste all of our resources. Because as it stands, we spent a lot of bullets on these guys already. And a lot of durability. Not to mention the healing we burned. But like, as I'm proving, keeping ahead of them really isn't that difficult. As long as you don't have anything heavy in your hands. this is back here again. It's like, it makes sense to have something like this constantly harrying you to make the maze harder. I understand the logic there. I just don't understand what the end goal is supposed to be. It's like, obviously there's a gate here, but I think this is the gate we came in from. Now that I think about it, because there was a gate we walked through to get in here. And there was also a big, like, town gate that I found at the other end when we did this the first time. And I'm just trying to find my way around to said town gate. Which is proving slightly difficult because I just keep looping around the same paths over and over again. And now I'm just gonna stick to one wall and hope for the best. Which means we're gonna tread a lot of the same ground again until we get around to new territory. Though I think that this maze isn't designed to have a single wall followable to the end of it. Based on what this is looking like. I think this maze is laid out a little too weird for that. But we'll find out. Because if I can find the exit, then I can find a way to ditch these guys somewhere. And then go back to the exit. And see if that lets me out. Yeah, because see, you come out here and there's this door over here. Not to mention this whole area down here. And they don't follow you down here. Which is what confuses me. Like, if this is meant to be where you're supposed to go, but you're supposed to, like, not have them following you, you would think that they would continue pursuit. But at the same time, there'd be a chance they'd get stuck down here and then you wouldn't be able to get rid of them. So I see both sides on that. Yeah, follow the path leading right from the sewer's entrance. And the small maze leading to the base of Lucia's castle lies ahead. She is a being of immense power and hatred due to her own use of the shrine placed in her castle. She will likely know that you're coming. Maybe this isn't the entrance to the castle? Maybe this is the wrong place? Oh. That gap in the fence is big enough for you to fit through. I hate the way my brain works sometimes. I was looking for too complicated an answer. The answer was right there in front of me and I just didn't spot it. Well, at least we're here. At least we did it. So I wasted a ton of resources trying to kill what is most likely an unkillable enemy. Good. Okay, okay. I'm digging the music here, though. It's interesting. We do have one big issue here in that we have very little ammo left for 2 of our guns, and 1 of our guns is worn down a bit, which we can fix that up a bit, so that's fine. But we have no way out of here, so we have to survive until the shrine of this area. Which, based on the way that she's described as having used the shrine here, we might not be able to use it to recharge the amulet. Which means we might be in a real big spot of bother. Because we might not be able to make a return trip before fighting her. And I assume it's gonna be more of her guard. Yeah, which also involves her dogs. which is going to be a whole issue in and of itself. Especially when we get trapped in small rooms like this. Oh good, a NOP 22. That's clearly what I need for this situation game, yes. So we'll drink one of these red wines, eat some mystery meat. Whatever it takes to get my health back up right now. We do have a few rounds left for the machine gun, so I shouldn't completely discount it. Just like I do have some 5.56 left. In fact, let's use the 5.56 first, actually. First, I need to make room to be able to fit the machine gun into my inventory. Hang on, one problem at a time. Okay, it's gonna force me to have to do it the way it wants, so hang on. I need to do some jigging here to make this work. There we go. It had to put it in flat, even though things can rotate. It just didn't understand. I'm just gonna mess with my sequence a little bit. There we go. Falling will hurt, by the way. It won't kill you. It'll just hurt. We're gonna save that rifle, though, for when things start going wrong, not for general use. Oh, speaking of things going wrong. Hip. I'm glad I didn't take the reduced jump power right about now. So this was actually not a forward path, I guess. Unless they expect me to go all the way up there? But if that's not the path, then where is the path? This is back where we came in. That leads nowhere. That's blocked. So there has to be a path through that room. Which, increasing complexity as we get towards later bits makes sense. I must have just overlooked something in this room. Like this. Ah, I see. Oh, go to storage box. That's actually not a bad thing right now. Except our storage is a little cramped too, but that's fine. We can at least offload some things and grab some more healing. So we can offload these to have some more space to work with. As well as offloading this. The problem is we took most of our good healing with us. But at the very least, this way we have armor and things in case we die in here. Which is looking increasingly likely. Not to be a downer, but the odds of our death are non-zero. If for nothing else but the game drains me of resources sufficiently that I have no recourse but to accept death. But for anybody who's not familiar with how I do things, understand I am incredibly stubborn. I will not go down without a fight. And that fight's gonna be long and drawn out unless they have a real quick way of getting rid of me. Trade the mineral water for a milkshake. It's mineral water. It's like I'm gonna grab as much healing as I can put on my person without completely filling my inventory so that we can still pick things up. I can do better than 20 health from the pulsar, right? Answer is not necessarily, but I can instead split it into 2 items, which gives me more flexibility in my inventory. In case you're wondering, this guy's always dead next to these storage boxes. He always is a hero and dies making sure our storage box is reachable. And as far as I can tell, he's always dead long before we get there, so it's not like we can save him. It's interesting that they expect you to do platforming at this point, because no other area has really given you platforming as a main requirement. It's always been for extra items. As otherwise. Breastplate. That's good armor, but that speed down is... What are you? It's cultists with knives now. Well, this is a bad situation to be caught in. Just gonna hop down so he has to take a bit more time to get to me. Oh, we're probably dead. Yep. Damn it! Why were there so many of them in that hallway? I shouldn't have tried to kill that guy in melee. I didn't realize up until I was about to die that he was an enchanted enemy. He had fire on him. So if I moved down, I was gonna die. If I moved up, I was gonna die. That was so unfortunate. Good news is we have a lot of money on hand. And I'm glad I moved over the leather jacket and everything, so we had at least something. See what I mean? All the stuff's gone. The ammo, gone. Armor, gone. Guns, gone. So the machine gun's gone, the assault rifle's gone, and the really good pistol, gone. And I did not see a prompt that the castle was unlocked. So, I don't know if we can directly go back there. Wait. This was pushed back, but it's still here. Yeah, I think we still have to go through the hedge maze to get to the castle. But we know how the hedge maze works now. We can just run through it and get there. So that part's not a problem. The biggest problem is I'm probably gonna have to do at least one run not to the castle to get armor and such again. Extrudov, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? People are having interesting timing today of catching me right after disaster. But I appreciate y'all coming by. Hopefully you had a good time today. This guy's not even offering me a weapon. Look at this. Stiff arm, why are you like this? Stiff leg, rather. Either way. Yeah, my auto shoutout does not tell me what you were playing, so please do enlighten me as to what you were doing today. And welcome into Sulfer, which is a fun game that is currently slapping me around a little bit. Ooh, were you playing the, like, weird PC decomposition port thing, or were you playing one of the original versions of Unleashed? Right, all of my ammo was on that body too. So I'm gonna be relying either on a shotgun or my laser rifle or my 50 BMG. Nice. Actually, I can buy ammo. We'll be fine. I have money. So I can buy some ammo to replace what we lost. Was it hard to set up the recompiled version, by the way? Because I haven't looked into it yet, but I was considering it for the meme that is Sonic Unleashed. And if for nothing else but to show it off and show support for the fact that it was done. Excellent. I'll have to keep that in mind then. Ooh, a weapon crank. Take that. I'm going ahead and get rid of that shirt because it's useless. We don't really need another dirk. Glad you're having a good time with it. Like, I say that it's a meme because people have memed it to death. It's a solid enough game from what I remember. Or if I played a little bit of, I think it was the PS2 version, and it was fine. I'm not much of a 3D Sonic person, so I was never huge into it, but it seemed fine. I want to say it was like the Wii version people really didn't like. Or was that the one that was the best version? I can never keep that straight. Actually, yeah, I should use this one since it's already partially ranked. Because for those coming in, you gain enchantment and attachment slots by ranking up the weapon. So I need to actually use these a little bit before they become useful. I want to use this gun crank for funnies, but I can't put it on anything I would particularly want to put it on. You know what? That's probably fair. Yeah, that makes sense. That is the way a lot of versions of games end up panning out. The nostalgia goggles tip the scales between versions just that little bit. Actually, yeah, I forgot I got a second Beck 8, so we didn't lose too much by losing the one we had. Other than this is now an unranked Beck 8, but that's fine. So what am I gonna go to from here becomes the question. Need to grab some healing to bring with me. I could try to be bold and go through the sewers to try to get back up and running fast, but what I'm probably gonna do is just go to the town and try to, like, get a little bit better before we try the castle again. Because what I'm learning is bringing too many things you're attached to in this game is not a good idea. It enjoys taking away the things you like. Let's make some more healing while we're here, right quick. Yeah, exactly. It has extraction shooter energy to it. That was the word I was looking for earlier that escaped me. Extraction shooter. That's an apt description for this. Is you have an amulet that lets you teleport out as long as it's charged, and each area has one place to recharge it. Which is why the castle killed us, because I couldn't recharge the amulet because there was no charging area between the entrance to the castle and where we were before. So we kind of got shafted a little bit. Actually, yeah, grab the mystery meats. I think I can do something with the milk. One of these. Just gonna be over here doing cooking science. Because at any of these cooking stations, which appear pretty frequently, you can combine items. Some Spanish omelets. They're not the best option we have, but it'll do. Make some porridge. Yeah, and it's actually reasonably in-depth. But there is just a recipe list that you can work off of, but as long as you can logic out things, you can usually figure out what most recipes are gonna be. Like, they're all based on real-world recipes. And it's pretty necessary to do, because without cooking, you're not gonna have much in the way of healing items that are worth anything. Just fixing this inventory a little bit. Because what you see in here is the product of many, many runs out into various places. Basically, yeah. Or option B, which is half of what I did, is slap a bunch of junk together and cross your fingers, and eventually things will happen. Which is not too dissimilar to how I cook in real life, too, so, you know, there's that. I'm glad we're on the same page. Off we go with a pair of 9mm weapons. So I don't risk anything too good. So for being just a basic snub-nose revolver, the Snut 38 is actually pretty good. Which, if you know real-world weapons, you'll actually recognize a bunch of them in this game, too, because they are reasonably accurate to real-world comparisons, just with the names slightly changed. Probably for legal reasons. And for funny reasons. It would help if I could hit anything. There we go. Oh yeah, we also have a Wakizashi we picked up early on. Probably, yeah, so they don't have to pay for licensing for specific weapons. Weapon spread can really be a pain sometimes. There we go. And there's full aim down sights. You can even get scopes for literally every weapon. If you really want to slap a scope on it, you can. Because we had a revolver with a scope on it earlier that was very funny to me. Or, not earlier today, last session. Still technically earlier, but much, much earlier. Exactly. For when you gotta fight close quarters and distance at the same time. Ooh, cowboy hat. Revolver damage, yeah! We had a cowboy vest earlier that I traded out for that bulletproof vest I died wearing earlier. I wish I had kept that cowboy vest. Just go full cowboy. Yeehaw. Because I really have an affinity for revolvers. Ooh, police uniform so I could raise my pistol damage instead. Problem is, this game does not really favor revolvers very much because it's usually a lot of numbers of enemies, and revolvers are not great at quantity of targets, necessarily. Let's get some distance so we got some room to work here. He's gonna pop into more enemies, is why I'm being as careful as I am. No, I have my modifiers wrong, or he just didn't do it. Bolt-action rifles are a lot of fun as well. And I do prefer pistols in general over most long weapons. Though it can be really hard to argue with the efficiency of a just good solid assault rifle. Even if it's not my preferred choice, it just is very effective. Nothing in here. Like, I tell my chat this all the time, but shotguns and I don't mix. Exactly. Efficiency is necessary sometimes, but it's definitely nowhere near as interesting as using goofy things. These are fun things. Like, there's a revolver in this game that has the magazine sticking up out of the top of it and makes the same sound like a Garand would when it runs out of ammo. That thing was fun. I died with it, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd still be using it. But it's just such a jank-looking thing that I just loved it immediately. I do wish you could get other melee weapons. That's one thing I wish they would let you do. Either modify your melee weapon or get more of them. But again, this is an early access game, so there may very well add that capability later on in life. Some free mashed potatoes. I should heal. Or death finds its way to me. I should heal. Which, that's one thing to keep in mind, is no healing in this game is instant. You can pause time when you pause. Yeah. You already have a Wakizashi, which is part of the way there. But having the option of having, like, a katana for extra range, even if it's a little slower, and trade-offs like that would be interesting. They really want those chickens dead, because they're not actually shooting at me, they're shooting at the chickens. Here comes the dog to get the chickens, oh no. Oh, we got a tiny man. Ah, he moved the second I threw the throwing knife. Bastard man. The travel time on those throwing knives kind of ruins them. Didn't drop anything. Oh, because he lived. You know what? If you're tough enough to take a hit from that, you get to live. You go on, you live your life. You tell your story. I wouldn't mess with a chicken that can take a hit like that. I haven't thought about Chicken Little in a while. I guess for him at this point, the sky really is falling. Oh, freeze. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Freeze is real bad because it slows you down, as you might imagine. I think that bounced wrong. Yeah. I was hoping it would bounce into this little inner bit here, like it did do, but a little further in so that they would have walked into it. No such luck. This is why we have the high-capacity pistol as well as the revolver. For problems like that. I'm probably going to turn that pistol into an auto pistol now that it's ranked up and I can fit the crank on it. Oh, hey, another snut. Oh, God. Dog cashier. Dog cashier. He didn't appreciate me robbing his register. Anyway, back to finish robbing this place. There we go. I brought my money with me like an idiot. Just realized that when I saw the 8,000 down there. I'm like, wow, I picked up a lot of money. No, I didn't. I'm just risking all the money I own. That could be bad. I haven't already had multiple near-death experiences this run or anything. No. Not at all. I mean, I could, or I just accept the fact that I'm risking 8,000 in Sulf coins. I do have other weapons, so if the worst happens, I can recover just fine. And that basic pistol you spawn with is actually not that bad. Like, it does the same damage this one does, it just has less ammo capacity. And we just reached the area where I can actually recharge the amulet and get out, so it'll be okay. I just can't afford to be stupid. I say as the urge to put on the clown nose intensifies. This is also why you notice me so much more intensely checking my corners. Now there's a shop. It's too quiet out here. I don't like it. What do you got, bud? Here, take this police uniform. Don't ask where I got it. Couldn't buy you out on ammo. Buy some burgers. Usually I just buy ingredients from him, but with how much money we're carrying, I can just go ahead and actually buy the food itself for a change. I think this is fine. Here, have a bone. You enjoy that. That's for you. Yeah. It's a French hot dog. I didn't realize I got 2 of these. Let's slap one on each of these guns straight away then. There we go. Now they both have reduced spread. Excellent. We can actually make our own French hot dogs out of the flesh of my enemies. And yes, that's as concerning as it sounds. Yeah, that guy was gonna explode. He needed to go, like, immediately. God damn, sometimes they do a real good job of shooting even though you're half in cover. Oh, time to eat some of what I bought. Nom 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 nom. Oh yeah, notice everything you attach to these things is modeled on them. Like this compensator that's the size of the cylinder for this revolver. Like, I love touches like that. You actually model out the attachments on a gun, and I am much more happy. Don't mind the dynamite that's constantly lit and hissing in my pocket, it's fine. The longer I hold it out, by the way, that fuse does go down. Whether it'll blow up in my hand or not, I've yet to find out, and I hope to never find out. That didn't go where I wanted it to. That's what you get with a panic throw. Because that guy's got electric bullets, that's why I'm being extra cautious here. Because the extra damage from that probably would kill me faster than I'd know what was happening. I don't want to die. Fucking cashier dog again. I'm surprised he didn't jump up and get involved when that fight first started. Huh. Do I have enough to make anything meaningful in here? Not really. Gotta take things a little more seriously, so I'm gonna keep using the Beck since it's a real solid gun. God God damn. That guy's doing a good job. I don't like him. There we go. No matter how good a marksman he is, he ain't ready for somebody to rush him. Okay, this is what you use to recharge your amulet for those who came in later on. You pull the blood of the mother into the amulet and you're ready to teleport home. The first time you touch each of these, this is also what moves more of the corruption in this world away, so you can actually move further in the world as well. Though, judging from this eye in here, I'm not so sure I believe that statement. Because it's the same kind of eye that you see on all the goo around the world. So I think the two are connected, but not in the way that we were being told. Yeah, I just have this sneaking suspicion we're being lied to. Partially. Like, not lied to enough that it's obvious, but enough that something ain't right. Have a couple bowls of porridge while we wait for this guy to make it around the corner to attack me. Now, I thought I heard another dog. It's getting a little ugly around here. Whoa. Case in point, that guy's back. I don't want to eat the pizza slice. That's too much healing. Use the terrain to my advantage. Never fight fair. Fighting fair is for suckers. At any time I can press T and teleport home. I just need to be faster than the game is. I mean, pretty much, yeah. Pizza is very powerful. That's just a single slice of pizza. That's an entire health bar. Let's go ahead and store a bunch of this just in case I somehow get taken out very rapidly by something, but I'm going to be leaving here soon anyway. So it's not a huge concern. But you know what? For fun, let's show this off for a moment here. I threw the scope on this a while ago. Okay, fine. You will be my demonstration. It's got a little bit of charge time to it, which can make it easy to miss a moving target. Especially when it just hits the wall instead of where you're telling it to go. But it does a lot of damage. This is why I don't think this is that great for general purpose use, because it's too slow. Because it has to be reloaded every time, and all of that. Sounds good. Make sure to take care of yourself, Extrude. It was great to see you. And thank you again for bringing people over. Yeah. Ooh, some sausage soup. Excellent. Do I go one more room deep? Let's at least pop our head in. As I said, we can teleport out at any time, so... if it gets hairy, I will just warp away immediately. But the further in I stick my head, the higher chance we have of getting more stuff to bring us back in. This, I don't think, counts as stuff to bring us back in, but hooray, we found a beer hat. Oh, there's Kevin. Oh, they were in the building. More human flesh. as well eat the sausage soup immediately, then. Part of the reason for teleporting out soon is we're almost out of ammo. I see you. I see you in there, cheeky dog. Nope. I have to get him to come out of there. He left a trail of goo. Want all this money, though. Give me the money. There we go. I don't have to pull the scope up, but if I want it to do its extra crit chance, I have to use the scope. You have to shoot fast in that, bud. Case in point, this thing is pretty effective. Oops, where's... Okay, they were over there. They just were being weird and shooting the walls. This is what I mean, though. This thing does like 600 damage, and that guy lived through it. That was a chest shot with 600 and he lived. Like, there's gotta be some damage variance that I don't fully understand. Yeah, we're gonna talk to Kevin and then warp out, I think. This way we can save the burger. What do you got for me, bud? Does he exist at our town? But this gets us an extra roll on the table of items, basically. None of this stuff's exciting or particularly helpful, though, so we'll be leaving that behind. Here, have a beer hat, bud. Use that to drink more of your oils. Not that you should be drinking that, but I'm not gonna be able to stop you. And away we go. That's also what tells you where you're supposed to be going next. As well as, like, general advice, usually. A lot of this can just be sold. What you got this time, stiff leg? Oh, you got the Pale Horse top clipper for me. Hooray! Give. This is the goofy top-loaded gun I was talking about that I really wanted to make more use of, but I died with. Now we have it back. Another Gravekeeper that we have one of those. We have a Balthazar as well. If only I could fit more ammo in the Balthazar, I would like it more. 4 rounds at a time is just pain. I could repurpose a lot of those organs to make food, but honestly, I need to make some of my money back. We'll hang on to that flesh to make other things out of, because we can make dynamite and such out of that. We just need a shoe, and then we're basically back in working order here. Put the dirt back. We'll get some use out of the Pale Horse top clipper. Look at this thing. And the sight's on the side because the clip loads in the top. It's just such a silly thing, but I like it. It's also, like, completely hollow in the middle underneath where the clip is so that the clip can drop down further into the gun. Such a goofy gun. I almost forgot to grab all the 9mm. Because we are going through quite a bit of it. We almost ran out. Which would have been terrible. What do you got today, Ralphie? Ooh, you actually have multiple priming bolts. I already have one and I'm not using so far, so we won't worry about that yet. But I'm intrigued by the possibilities. I was hoping to see a rechamber in here to potentially like rechamber the top clipper to 7.62 instead of 5.56. Because we usually have more 7.62 till we got the machine gun. And then, you know, then the machine gun destroyed my ammo availability. I want to make use of more of these oils, but some of them are just like such big risks. I might actually try the Hustler oil though. 25% crit chance, but you lose 30 damage. On something like the Pale Horse, for example, it would bring it down to 110, which still isn't bad. It would be terrible on something like the Beck, because it would bring it down to 30. You'd have to put an oil on it that would bring it back up. But I'm interested in going heavier into crit. So let's at least grab that oil. We can't put it on the Pale Horse yet because there's no enchantment slots on it. It's unleveled. This is an interesting oil to consider using. And I could rechamber the Pale Horse for 9 mil, because we do have the Chamber Chisel for that, but that would make it weaker. Is for those who haven't seen this game and didn't logic that out, you will actually have your damage be dependent on the caliber of bullet you're using. 50 BMG being very high damage. Case in point, 500 from the Dolphin 99. 5.56 and 7.62 I want to say are reasonably comparable damage-wise, and energy is kind of a wild card. Because we've not seen energy used outside of a shotgun and a rifle. The rifle I showed y'all, and the shotgun we saw in a shop but couldn't get because we didn't have enough money. Which shotguns do account for each pellet in their damage for those interested in that. And you can rechamber things to be 12 gauge that aren't ordinarily 12 gauge. But the rechamber for that is very expensive. It was 15,000. Okay, yeah. I was just making sure I didn't forget something. I put away all my 7.62. I mean, all my 5.56, rather. Let's do a quick trip through the caves to help get my feet back under me a little bit more, because the town really was not as lucrative as I'd hoped. And it'll give people a taste of the earlier part of the game that have come in since we started. I'll probably do that, then I might brave one more sewer run, and that might be it. Because we're already 5 hours in here. And losing everything twice did take the wind out of my sails a little bit. Like, I'm proud to have recovered, but, oh boy. It's a little bit brutal. I'm just quickly sorting out some supplies. Oh yeah, we have the Plinker oil and the double nothing we could sell. The double nothing I don't want because it's less damage, more projectiles, and no loot chance. You can go right to hell with that. The Plinker's not bad. It at least makes the weapon more accurate, but that damage drop is a little bit unfortunate. So that'll be an extra 1,000, potentially. They're probably worth less than that. Yeah, 750 instead. Still not bad at money, though. We'll bring that 750 in with us in case we get an early shop. Oh, I wanted to bring some meat with me as well. Because what we're going to do is we're going to make some fancy ramen. Appreciate you, Pazzy. Hope you're doing well, bud. There we go. Made 3 bowls of ramen. We won't use that broth to make stew. Stew is decent, but I don't need it. I would rather save that for making quantity of other or stronger things like more ramen. Cocoa waves, I don't need that. But the pizza slice of waves, I shouldn't need that in the caves. That's gonna be massive amounts of overkill. We're gonna buy a grenade before we go in. Let's go ahead and withdraw some more money, so I can afford the grenade without dipping too much into the carrying money. And we'll take some nut mix with me just in case. Because as we've proven, I can die in the caves still, even with good gear, so... There we go. I just need one grenade with me in case we find a secret area immediately. Because it has happened before. I spawned in and it was literally right next to me, so it's like, well... I can't open that because I didn't bring anything that goes boom. Which is a tragedy for me. This stuff is dinged up, so we should repair first, too. This fun fact, the stuff you buy, you do not get it immediately at full health. Some things sell damaged. And obviously the stuff you find is damaged. Yeah, there went most of that money, so I'm gonna need to grab some more money in case of an early shop. We'll just go back up to the rough 1,000 we had. There you go. Alright, back to the first area of the game. Which is still arguably the most profitable for me. Oh yeah, I need to remember, this is one of the few guns you can't reload manually. You have to wait till it reaches the end of its ammo. Free salamander straight off. Not bad. And there's a... What do you know? There's an immediate shop. It's almost like I know how this game behaves. Thankfully, it has nothing I actually immediately want in it. A lot of shotguns, though. Here, you can take that salamander, though. Is I already had 2 of them. I sold 1 of them. I may as well just sell another. Because I only really keep 1 of each weapon. But now we can grab up a bunch of extra ammo, which will make my life easier in the long run. And another grenade in case we find a lot of secret places. Yeah, I'll take the 50 BMG ammo too. Just because it's uncommon ammo. Set that explosive barrel off. Just so they don't set it off on me. These are the things that you can use to make dynamite, these sulfur caps. Which is a big part of why it's worth coming into the caves, is so that you can get those. Because I've never seen them anywhere else. Like the purple mushrooms that you can use to make healing items, those are common in the town as well. I don't remember seeing much in the way of the red mushrooms that you can use to make time-slowing paste and such. So that one you might have to come down here for, too. Looks like that's everything that's in this one. Ideally, I want to find another shoe, so I have higher speed. Not just a regular shoe, just, like, for this other slot. I'm also sad that I lost 2 more accessories. Fuck you. He's running to go get friends. And he found them. Okay, that's fine. Come get me. See how well that works out for you. Really didn't, did it? Idiot. If he just accepted his fate, his friends would have lived longer. Almost got all of them. Some freaking happy. Oh, full English breakfast on a skeleton. Part of a la carte, but a la corpse is a little different. I'm surprised I made that. I really expected to fall straight down on that one. He's got poison arrows, so I'm being a little careful here. There we go. Take the time to fake him out. His poison would make me take a lot of extra damage that I have no reason to take. It's almost like it's called unnecessary damage for a reason. Weird, that. Yeah, we came from up there, so we need to go this way. Sometimes you do the dance with them enough that you lose track of where you came from. They got script. Nothing bad, but nothing remarkable either. That is the one unfortunate thing about doing these earlier areas, is a lot of the time the stuff they have isn't going to be that exciting. The most exciting stuff you'll get is out of the boxes. I mean, I could grab another diving fin for the armor, but I'm not that concerned this time. But on the bright side, we're recouping our ammo reasonably nicely. And that will be a big help towards keeping us able to go forward again. Whee! Oh, no prizes from the barrels. This is how you died last time, dum-dum. Don't just sit there and slash away and expect that to work. This is also why we brought a faster weapon with us. In case of situations where we get penned into a room, we can just unload. And honestly, the 9mm's cheaper than the 5.56 anyway. I should really just be prioritizing using this. But I wanted to get some levels for the other gun. We've been finding enough shops that we can keep ourselves stocked on 5.56 just fine anyway. Finding a lot of snails in this cave. And I can make escargot out of them, but I don't really think there's any other use for it, really. Shot a man and stole his potato. You know, somehow I feel worse about that than some of the things I've done in this game up till now. We're gonna put some of these... In fact, actually, yeah, we can put all the sulf caps away. Put the snails away. Scroll. There we go. Inventory is always at a premium. Put that rock away. I didn't even realize I picked it up. Something made a weird noise. I thought I was being fired upon. I think it was the rock freaking out, though. Like, I clipped it into the box. So I definitely did clip it into the box. Oh. There we go. Pale Horse Top Clipper ranked up. Missed. Didn't miss that time. Ooh, currywurst. Thank you. You know, at some point I really should start to feel bad about the amount of civilians I'm blasting. But at the same time, I don't, honestly. What do you got, Enchantress? Same old, same old. I think her inventory is static as well. Like, I've always seen more or less the same scrolls. Like, I think she cycles through, like, a couple variants, and that's about it. But she never has, like, a gun in here or anything. It's always just a handful of scrolls. Which, this does allow me to tell you all about some of these. Like, you got freezing, burning, rooting. I forgot about the scroll of water, which removes almost all of your damage, makes your target wet, and gives you more bullet drop. I don't understand it. Like, I'm sure it has a reason. I just don't understand it. It's weird. Like, I'm assuming an enemy being wet probably makes them more vulnerable to other statuses. Like, probably ice in particular. And maybe that's where the value comes in. But it just sounds like anti-value to me. At least approaching it from a place of lack of knowledge. Yeah, I can at least make something here. Slap the stick and the mystery meat together. Make some meat skewers. Which actually, I should be making more meat skewers. 20 health over 2 seconds is actually pretty good. That's nice and fast. It's not the best, but for the amount I put into it, it's very good. I have the high ground. Oh, it's a rock. Hey, a cowboy vest to go with my hat. We lose 1 armor, but now we got more revolver damage. Yeehaw! It's meant to be. The revolver build is alive. Oh, it's a trap coming up. We walk in here and we get jumped by dogs. Which they're also just low enough that your regular melee sometimes struggles to hit them. Yep, there's more of them. If you know they're there, this room's not that bad. The first time we ran into it, which was earlier today, was bad. The second time wasn't much better. Third time, though? Third time was the charm. Went a lot better. Ow, my body. Ramen heals all wounds. Oh, he died in one. Nice. This blindfold will do exactly what you'd expect. Hope you enjoy not seeing what you're doing. How about we don't do that? I have a hard enough time hitting what I'm aiming at when I can see it. I don't need to not see it. Your arrows. Oh, there's a fight going on over here. Let's just interfere with that a little bit, shall we? Yeah, let the dog go rampant through them. Hopefully they will defeat the dog. Excellent. Thank you for your service. Now perish. Because there's no experience or anything in this game, so it's not like... Well, there's technically experience because of the ranking up of weapons, but I don't think the strength of your target is relevant for that. I think it's just X amount of hits with the weapon. So I'm not particularly fussed about fighting everything. Nor am I fussed about fighting, like, the strongest things. No, I don't have any meat left for the bolognese. Any of you drop your meat? Nope. The dog ate all the meat. Technically, if I was being perfectly frugal, I would have switched to my 9mm before I shot that barrel. Or I would have taken the risk of slashing it. Either one. I don't know why everything's exploding. There must have been an explosive barrel out there somewhere. Judging from the bits and pieces of things up here, I am inclined to say yes, that's exactly what occurred. Hey, we found a shoe. We found what I was looking for. I now am not walking on one platform shoe and nothing else. And we found a taco. This day couldn't get any better. Part of me is very curious to see what this gun would look like with the recon scope on it. Because that seems just so incorrect to put on this thing. Because how would a scope fit on here alongside the clip? But I would have to assume it would get mounted on the side like the regular iron sight is. It would just start to look real stupid. Which means I might have to do that. Watch out for Big Stompy. Another rank up. Another Big Stompy. I appreciated how they like have basically got railroad tracks as armor. Like, I don't think I actively commented on it when we encountered them for real the first time. But just, there's something about railroad track armor that's just interesting. It sure is a choice. It's also why they can only just kind of hop around, I presume. Which, with their size, it's a valid means of attack, considering they just make quakes every time they land. But I have to assume if they just, like, handed them a hammer or something, they would be about as effective. They would just lose out on some of the protection. Which those boards don't really afford them that much. Huh. So we can just find those here, huh? Okay, we just have another Dolphin 99. You know what? I don't think people got to see this in action. It's like a crossbow. You gotta pull it back every time it fires. I accidentally reloaded as well. Yeah, because that is a 5-round magazine, but you pull it back every time it fires. The thing hits like a house, though. Snag us a ghillie suit, which gives extra sniper damage, and better armor than most things, which is weird. Also, the terming on it of foliage cosplay is pretty funny. Because it's correct. That's basically what you're doing. Wearing one of those. I can make the bolognese now. There we go. Spaghetti bolognese. And I'm probably saying that wrong every time I say it. Poor little guy. He never stood a chance. This is such a waste of 50 BMG ammo, I would like to point out. But it's satisfying, which makes it not really that much of a waste. Since I picked up the ghillie suit, we also have a slight problem. Is I now need to somehow fit this back into my inventory. This in particular right here. Move that up there so that I can move this here. This here. Okay, hang on. Put it down. Put it there. Pick it up. Is for some reason it doesn't understand to do the auto transfer when you switch weapons, but it understands to automatically put it there when you pick it up. It's weird. At the end of the day, it's completely fine. It's just a little weird. As long as you figure that out, of course. We have a lot of potatoes. I'm missing some health, though, so let's just eat that and that to get basically all that health back. So here's our ticket out of here if I wanted to leave now. But since we just healed, I probably should push a little further. Whee! Great tip game. It's almost like I just did that. And I know these things don't have any means really of being aware there's a ghost. Anytime you see that like gray blur go by, I talked about it before when it happened earlier, but every time the gray blur passes your screen you hear a little crrr, there's a ghost coming. Sometimes it's better to wait for them, sometimes they take a really long time to actually show up. I'm almost convinced that they just wait for comedic timing. Because you'll notice it hasn't shown up yet. We got the warning, but nothing's happened. It's gonna wait till I'm in a fight, probably. Because the thing is, sometimes they're weird and they come down from the ceiling or come up through the floor. Or they just come down the hallway. But while it's near you, you steadily get frozen. Because I guess you're like getting frozen in fear, or it's meant to be like representing the cold temperatures when you're near a spirit, etc. One way or the other, it's a bit of a problem. Ah, it's a fire guy. I was like, wait, that looks like exit light. Why would there be an exit so close? Remember, don't fall in holes. They hurt. There we go. Don't want to take unnecessary damage. We've already done plenty of that today. So that implies the existence of necessary damage, which is technically a thing that exists. There are times when you don't have a choice but to take a hit. I would lose my jump power. Because this is... Well, then again, it's the same speed as this, too, because I forgot that the platform shoe is also 10% speed, so nah, we'll just leave that behind. No, I should take it with me for the next time I die. That's actually a good point. Just throw the blindfold away. I'm never gonna use it. It's just a bad idea waiting to happen. Take the ice skate, store that. He says, knowing full well that his storage is a nightmare, but it's okay. I'm surprised I hit that. Less surprised that I didn't hit whatever was out there. Oh, good. Some 50 BMG to make up for the BMG ammo I wasted. Poison guy left a trail. We can just let his friends walk through his trail. That's fine. Let them enjoy walking through the acid of death. Would like to leave though. Could I just, you know, go? Can? Good. Those that have missed the other instances of that happening, that poison or the fire trail that's left by the fire ones or the ice ones, any of those affect all the enemies too. More often than not, those guys end up wiping out anyone that's following them. Speaking of people getting wiped out, what happened here? I didn't kill those. That I know of. Oh, he had a friend hiding under him. Just gonna fire that so I can reload. Okay, we're here. Do I want to deal with this? Because this is a big guy that splits into a bunch of little guys. We don't have the inventory space to bother with that. We're out of here. And there's a decent chance that I will take damage doing that, which would then drain more resources, so it's not worth it. Oh, there you go. There's the 12 gauge I was talking about. 15,000 in order to chisel a chamber to fire 12 gauge shells. Imagine if I like loaded 12 gauge into the Dolphin 99 or something. How ridiculous that would be. Speaking of, we're selling that because we don't have the inventory space to hang on to 2 of those. I will hang on to the ghillie suit. No, I don't have inventory space to hang on to that. As much as I would love to, I can't. The ice skate's gonna be pushing our luck enough with our inventory issues we've already been having with our storage. We did triple the money we left with, so that's good. I'm probably hanging on to too many guns, too. Like, we don't need 2 snuts. We don't need a spare dirk, because we get those every time we die. I just need to downsize this inventory. I think keeping one of the snuts is fine. Oh yeah, we can put the Hustler Oil on the Pale Horse now. So that's got a 1 in 4 chance at critting now. And this is ranked up so we can actually auto-pistol it if we want to. Do I want to ruin what's a really good pistol, potentially, though? That becomes the question. What do you got, Stiffleg? Shotguns. Otherwise known as disappointment. Would you kindly try harder the next time you open your shop, Stiffleg? Would that be too much to ask for you to just put more effort into bringing stock you know I'll actually want? Instead of trash? Oh, perfect bounce oil. No negatives to it. We'll put perfect bounce on our top clipper then. Make it kind of like represent cowboy trick shooting. The movie variety of it, not the much less effective and less interesting real version. Like you just hear go off and somehow something got shot and just don't worry about how. I'm not representing that sound correctly, but those that know will understand immediately what I mean when I say that. And those that don't, well, you'll figure it out. Kept all these potatoes for a reason. I guess I could just make a bunch of Spanish omelets. They're at least useful. Is there something else that used potatoes? There is, but I don't think it would be worth fishing it out. I think this will be good enough for now, just to use up some of this stuff. So I'm hoarding too much right now. As if that's anything new for me. It's less efficient to do it the way I just did. I should have been making the 3s, but with the amount of inventory I have, it's fine. I can also make some more of those. We have so many eggs and so many potatoes. I could just live on Spanish omelets for at least a few runs. What does the escargot need? I think it's just like salt with the snail. Just quickly find it in the list here. Unfortunately, this list is not in any particular order as far as I can tell. Like, sometimes it pretends to be in alphabetical order, and then it isn't. Oh wait, no, butter and herbs also work for making escargot, so let's grab those out. We can actually do something with those. Because we got spare butter as well. I'd have salt around in here somewhere. I think we still have more snails than we have any of those other options. And I know I can make something with frog leg, but I don't think I have what I need for that. I'm just putting the things next to each other. I desperately need to clean up in this inventory a bit. Oh yeah, let's make some explosives while we're at it, because I have a bunch of skins. That'll downsize the inventory a bit too. Because we can use those metal scraps that I bought for that purpose. 2 dynamite, 2 sulfur grenades, that should be a good bit. That'll help clean up some of this. Because part of the idea is making sure that these don't always turn into things that are larger than they were originally. This way the inventory actually shrinks instead of continuing to grow. Yeah, that's everything I brought over. This is a lot of what I was doing when I was doing the grinding, by the way, is sitting here, mixing things, going out, doing some more fighting, coming back, mixing more things. This is why a lot of this happened off camera initially. Just, I ended up needing to do a lot more of it a lot quicker than I thought. Is as soon as you no longer are using resources as you gain them, the same way you would as you were picking them up on the fly, everything starts backing up. Like, I think this game is designed for you to be using everything on the fly, not necessarily for you to be building up resources. Is the way I did. But I thought it was going to make our life simpler, and it just kind of backfired. Which I don't think it necessarily backfired because of any particular thing. I think we just had one bit of bad luck immediately afterward. Okay, so I can use the broth with the frog leg if I want to get rid of that, but the broth is used better for other things. We'll leave that alone. I was trying to find the liver listing in here. What other ways do I make broth? Just salt, bottled water. Oh yeah, bone! Bone broth. I don't have any of the bones on me anymore. That was the one thing bones were useful for. That's the thing I forgot. God damn it. I knew I forgot something. And it was that I was supposed to keep those bones to make more broth. To make more ramen and things out of. It's fine. The worst case is we will die. Oh yeah, I can just use the bread and the liver to make liver sandwiches. Which still sounds horrific, but It'll keep us alive, therefore it can't be that bad. And that gets rid of another one of the pieces of bread we were carrying. That's honestly part of our problem right now, is we actually have a lot of bread just left over. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bread. Just here. I might actually start selling some of it. You know, with all this bottled water, like, I have way more bottled water than I have any use for. Because we didn't end up making as much broth as I think I had intended to. So I forgot about the recipes for it. What else can I do here? Like, we already have plenty of supplies to go back out. Oh, and then some. So that part isn't a problem. It's just, how else can I downsize more of this inventory so we can actually bring home things? It's like, I didn't even put the dynamite away yet. I don't need 5 explosives on me. I know that sounds like heresy coming from me, but that's just true. Really should just take this hard bread with me and use it up. It's mostly useless. But I chucked it in here because, like, it's just 8 health. Why do I care about that? Get rid of these damn hazelnut pieces, too. I think we only have the one hazelnut, actually. I think we threw away the other one. Oh, no, there it is. So I can actually use that, I think. I think 2 is enough to make the nut spread. No, it's 3. Okay, throw that away. Get that shit out of my face. Here, these are for you. Enjoy. Actually, yeah, the hard bread's worth 30. Take that. Get that out of my sight. That's something I might want to actually do, is just pawn off a bunch of the trashier things I've got in here. Rather than trying to, like, scrape usefulness out of everything I've picked up ever. Because, like, at this point, I think I'm, like, overdoing it as far as scrounging goes. Like, there comes a point of maybe you have too many things. Like, when you can't fit anything in the box, maybe the box is too full. But, you know, now we have a tower of bread, so there's that. Like, none of this was worth big money, but at least it's more space. We can actually fit another gun in, for example. What oils did you have? Just straight up less recoil. Less recoil, but less durability. 25% less damage, but double projectiles is a move. I don't think it's a move for either of these guns, but it's a move. I might grab the lower recoil for the Beck 8. Especially if I'm gonna make the Beck 8 an auto pistol, which I'm still waffling about. Decreasing the recoil would make it more effective in that vein. And I could just further reduce the recoil, but 20% less durability becomes a bit of an issue. Ooh, if it's going to be automatic. As it stands, it's already going to take durability hits because of the way this system works. Yeah, you know what? Let's give that a go. It's now an auto pistol, but it has lowered recoil. That's not bad. That kick isn't really that harsh. And the thing is, it's still controllable just fine, so I can still use it as a regular pistol just fine. So I think that'll work out nicely, actually. Especially if I keep pairing it with the revolver. it kind of takes on the fast weapon role anyway. Go up here and grab his ammo. Okay, I did already. Didn't buy the BMG though, so I'll take that. Brings up the question of, do I actually put the twice oil on this so it fires 2 bullets at once? I don't think so. I think the damage down would be too much for it. We are almost at 6 hours. Do I do one more run? Or do I call it here? That is the question. Because if I were to do one more run, it would probably be a castle run. And I think that's a little too much. So yeah, I think this is where we wrap it up. We didn't get as much forward progress as I wanted. But maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe that just means this game has more legs than I thought. And that can turn into a positive. Because that means we can play this game longer. So I think this is what we'll do. I think this is what we'll do. Every Monday, I'll play this until it's done. Or I get tired of it. Either one can happen. That is a 100% valid either or. And then, of course, tomorrow is the Freedom Unite collab with Pazzy and Vale, as per usual. Thursday's currently up in the air because I did not arrange another collab yet. I thought about it, but I did not actually follow through on it because I was distracted this week. So we may just do something on Thursday. I don't think I'll have time to arrange like a repo lobby in time, but I may try anyway. We'll see how I feel as the week goes on. And then Friday, of course, is similarly question marked at the moment. I did not arrange anything for that either that I can think of. Because, like, obviously we were doing the Archipelago thing with Vale, but she's been busy, so I don't know if we're doing that this week at all either. I need to actually touch base with her about that. Saturday is, of course, back to Minecraft with the Gremlins. How much longer that's gonna keep going is a little shaky because interest has been dropping a little bit amongst the group. We do have a couple new people coming in to try to refresh that. We'll see how that ends up shaking out. That doesn't mean I'll be stopping doing things with the server or stopping doing my own part on that server for Minecraft. It just may move from Saturdays depending on how the interest continues to shake out for that. So in case people are enjoying the Minecraft, don't worry. It's more than likely not going anywhere aside from shifting around. That is the current worst case scenario I can see for it, is that it shifts. Take the fact that that's the worst case scenario as you will on that one. Now, as it stands, I'm trying to figure out where we're going. I've been doing that the whole time I was doing that speech. And there's a good amount of people on. So that's actually more of the issue there, is I have almost too many choices. And I'm trying to avoid sending y'all to people that are playing Repo because I still haven't seen everything that there is to offer on that one, and I think it'll be more interesting if I keep myself partially blind on that game, even if I have seen a bit of it. I think the surprise on that one's worth keeping in hand. Which is a similar-ish case with why I haven't really sent y'all to places where people are playing Monster Hunter Wilds either. Is since I have actually started getting that moving, I want to keep the monsters in that a little bit of a surprise for myself. But I tell you what, with the current with the current landscape on Twitch right now, it's very hard to find somebody that isn't playing Repo. Actually, that could be fun. Let me take a look at what the situation over there is before I commit to sending y'all there, but that might be an option. I got somebody on that's been very supportive. That may very well be a good choice. Thanks, Twitch. Thanks for wasting half a minute of my time. Yeah, it looks like they're early enough on, so that's good. I just need to make sure that they're actually there and they're actually doing stuff first. Because the little screen I can see is an either or. Yeah, they're up and active, so that should be good. We'll go send it over to Coyote, who's doing Astroneer with a couple other people. Cowrie's been incredibly supportive to just about anything I've been doing on Blue Sky, so only fair we kick some support that way. Let's see. Was there anything else I wanted to add to this thought process today before I hit this button? Not really. So we'll go ahead and get that ball rolling. They're playing Astroneer with 2 other people, so it may get a little chaotic. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I really don't have anything else to add today. So thank you all for taking the time to be here. I will see you tomorrow. Remember, it will be late, as is usual for those sessions. It'll be 2 hours before right now, 6 p.m. Eastern, basically. Just remember that there was the slight daylight savings time shift. And we'll worry about the rest of the week when we get there. You already know the whole list there. Have a good night, y'all. I'll see you tomorrow.